Godslayers. Oh, hello. Do I sense a Godslayer out there tonight? Oh my god, welcome back to Season 3, everyone!
Oh my god.
You thought we would be gone forever! We're not. We're here. Oh my gosh. Everyone, how was your vacation?
I think Brian's vacation was spent in a prison cell, but I have been just kind of relaxing and vibing, which has been really, really nice. What about our newest cast member, Julian? How was your vacation from the show?
It was good. I got a lot of stuff done for Kaylin, so I'm very excited about that.
Ooh. I'm so excited to hear about these truths. What else? How was everyone else's vacation?
Freaking sweet. I've just been chilling. I've been playing Dead by Daylight, watching horror movies, watching Michael Myers kill people, watching the new Hellraiser.
What horror movie do you think Gideon would like the most?
Gideon would probably like Friday the 13th.
Interesting.
Like a classic slasher.
I could see it. Oh my gosh. Okay. How was everyone else's vacay?
Good. I missed rolling dice though with my friends. That was, yeah.
I can promise you dice this evening. That's for sure.
Yes.
Oh, what would you like me to promise you, Kita?
I would like you to promise me that nobody, even Brian, dies tonight.
Oh?
I love that Winona's always looking out for me. Thanks, Betsy.
You know I don't make promises I can't keep. We're in the wilds. And I will not fall for these tricks. No, death, unfortunately, boys, is on the menu. We've got some of you. We've got some of you in the wild. In fact, I believe we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of you in the wild. 1 of you in a core that you are having a little fun little moment in. And then, of course, where is Sweet Ula? Well, I tell you, I would like to know just as badly as you, but unfortunately, Nico just had surgery, but it all went well, but we're just wishing them a nice and speedy recovery. And we hope that they don't come back to any corpses. Oh God, corpses. I'm not gonna say that one tonight. That one's not gonna, she's just not gonna happen. Yeah, I think I'm just, I'm just really excited to jump back in, everybody. We've got so much, we've schemed so much. This was the first little break where I had scheme time with chat. So some of the chat knows what horror I have wrought for you, which is fun and interesting. We've done so much. Oh my gosh. We've, of course, Kaylin, we've come up with a wealth of a world for you to conquer. And then, of course, I assume that you guys have just been chipping away at those 30-second recaps. Just, every day, waking up, looking in the mirror, running it, tight 30, tight 25, give 5 seconds for improv. You love it. I'm just sure that that's what's been happening. So I don't even have to check, So I'm just so... No, I'm just kidding. I don't expect anything but... the recaps I've come to know and love that are always terrifying and never quite perfect, and I would never have them any other way. What would happen if you guys just all started doing perfectly every time? How would chat vote? Democracy would crumble. I truly don't know what would happen. So with that, I am so excited to head on in.
Your captions.
My captions are dead. Sorry, I'm just pulled up Discord and saw that. I'm a little clown baby. All right, so 30-second recap.
Actually, before we get into 30-second recaps, I do have some little announcements. Not announcements, but like reminders. Just some little guys.
We'll do half of them now, and then half of them while we're waiting for the vote results to come in.
Sure, I love that. I'm gonna do 2 of them now, and I'll do the rest of them after. Does that work for you? Great. Okay, so first, obviously, hello everybody. We've missed you so much. Thank you for joining us for our season 3 premiere. It's awesome to see everybody in chat. I've missed this so much. Katie May in a full Synpira cosplay with fangs is terrifying, but I love it. So first, we would actually really like to say a huge thank you to our sponsor, Die Hard Dice. We just collaborated with them on dice bundles for each of our party members. I'm sure that y'all saw them in the Discord or on Twitter or on Instagram. Those are available while supplies last. So they are a limited stock. If you want yours, I would get it now. Make sure to use the code Death2Divinity at checkout for 10% off your order. And if you mention us in the order comics, you might get some extra swag from Castle Die Hard. And then the other thing I'd like to say is that I just want to give a shout out to One More Multiverse, which is the pixel art TTRPG platform we've been using for our streams since season 2. They are currently in open beta, so definitely check them out for your own games and everything else that can hold for after the recaps.
Perfect. Then the time for recap can wait no longer, but I must first come to the altar of the great time god. Oh, Father Time, might you bless me with one more season of your rigorous and heartfelt timekeeping.
Yeah, I've got my iPhone ready.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I'm so ready.
Perfect. Well, since you have blessed us with your timekeeping ability, I can pick someone to go, or I can have you all roll for it. Which would you like me to do, Father Time?
I'll let you pick someone.
Ooh, okay. Newcomers first, then.
All right, I'm ready.
You ready?
All right, take it away when
I'm
you're ready
ready.
to go.
I believe in you. 3, 2, 1, go.
Balra's up for Sun got eaten by a beast. We meet Ula, who's Luso's successor. Emeloth hires Valpine. Gideon, Morrow fucking a hot spring and dried up and become bonded. Brian hears Emeloth and Nakia's plan to kill Ula, so Brian kills Emeloth, but Nakia sees, and then later Ula brings Emeloth back to life. We meet Monarch on the core. We learn about the Violet Empress prophecy. Had 4 elemental gods in prison. Fight the Frost Maiden. Valpine is Valnorax and kills the last form. We learn about the King Killer prophecy. Muli Ray joins the party. We try to kill Luso and fail. Current goes to the heart, becomes Monarch. Gideon and Winona are going to Mirror City. We get attacked by Colossals. Evaporate Enclave seize. Ula pieces out. Ystera and Brian are in Empires jail, and Winona becomes Omen Soul.
Oh my god!
Incredible!
Okay. I like this. This is going to start the season off well. Now you get to pick the poor soul who has to go after you. So who's that going to be, Julian?
Let's go with Sam.
Somehow I knew that was going to be your choice. Okay, yeah, let's do it.
I like put it away after Julian finished. I was like, well, that's the recap.
You're like, well, I was like, that's it. We're
I was
done.
like, I'm done actually.
Everyone should go.
Actually,
go
we
home,
did it.
everyone.
It's over.
Are you ready, sweet Sam?
Sure, let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
The party leaves Doxon's temple, goes to Luso's hideout in the Mondiac Highlands. We meet Ula, who joins the party. Not Synpira. Oh my god, I'm looking at Synpira. No, I am talking about Valpine. Shows up and starts wreaking havoc, including getting engaged to Ystera as part of the Violet Empress and the first monster prophecy. We also learn about the Kin Killer prophecy, which is terrifying because of Gideon and her 2 sisters, whom she barely knows, including Nakia, who's now with her mom. Eventually, we leave there. We go to the core. The core is now fucked up, and everything is terrible.
All right. There you
Not
go.
bad.
Pretty accurate. Do you really think everything is so terrible?
I think my character's in jail, and I think that my friends are in the wilds and possibly in major, well, no, not possibly, probably in definite danger. And I think
reunited with your love.
I think I'm afraid of what's going to happen to Current now that she's out of the heart.
Well,
And
that's
I don't
Current's
know where
problem,
Ula
isn't
is
it?
at all, which is even more terrifying. So that's where I'm at.
Okay.
And then for next in line, I'm gonna choose Kita.
Oh, Kita. Your favorite part of being a cast member on this show.
I am.
I know every break you show up and you're like, can I do my 30-second recap now? And I'm always like, no, hold it, wait. You're ready. You got this.
I'm
you
not.
ready?
You know, I'm so ready that I'm gonna do my best Karina interpretive dance because all right, yeah, let's
Start
go.
the timer. 3,
All right,
2,
30
1.
seconds to recap the season and dance. Go!
We leave Doc San's temple and we end up helping Current figure out the core. And then and then I meet up with Ula, who is a long lost person in my life, and then we got Piney and Omen Souls. And
We're at 30 seconds, but I'll let you keep going if you want. Because I love this so much.
I'm done. I can't stretch anymore.
Wow.
Powerful.
We've had monologue, we've had dance.
Oh my god.
Well, Kita, you have to pick someone to follow that. What are we thinking?
I'm so sorry, Lyrica. It has to be you.
And for my next act, I will scream for 30 seconds.
Incredible.
And
Are you ready to scream? 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so Fang threatens Current because Fang's got Current's dad. We go with Lusso to Lusso's hideout. Ystira gets possessed. We go to a party. There's sex in the hot spring, and Emeloth dies. Emeloth comes back to life. We get to the core. We find 2 prophecies. I meet my godparent. We decide, hey, I'm gonna go into the core. Great, or into the heart. Great. But before we do that, we have to kill a monster. So we kill the monster. We find out that Velpini is one of the monsters. Oh, I'm done.
All right, Father Time. I've crawled to the top of the mountain to your temple once more to ask you to bless me with a 30-second recap. And I will be your time prince this evening. So just let me know when you are ready.
I'm ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1, start.
The ship is 6. We go to Lusso's crater. There's a tree that fends off the flux, and Ystira too. Weird. Let's not think about it. She's sleepwalking. Prophecies. Emeloth is dead, and then they're not. We recruit Valpyne. Whoops. Brian puke on Mishu, and then Gideon and Morrow hook up. Nakia leaves. Evie and Sicilius are kidnapped. We go to the core. Politics, prophecies. We kill Yseril. We need freaking Monarch. The party splits. Oh, also there's Mesmer visions. Party splits. Monarch's gone. I Ackerman. Another prophecy. On power invitations, some people are in the wilds.
Yeah, about it. All right.
Oh, and
my
wife
God.
grenade. And wife grenade.
Grenade.
And wife grenade.
I was really hoping the wife grenade would not make it into recaps, but that was hoping too much, I think.
Well, here's the thing is I need chat to know that because of my concussion, there were 2 months where I had forgotten that the wife grenade had literally taken place. I was robbed of for 2 months of remembering that the wife grenade had even happened.
But just remember the joy you experienced when you were
I literally
reminded of the
wept
wife
from
grenade.
joy
Yeah,
when I
you
remembered
literally
it.
wept from
So
joy.
fucking funny.
Oh my gosh. Well, I hope we can create more wife grenade memories this evening. But to do so, we have to get through the rest of your announcements. Mantha, why don't you hit us?
Cool. So I also just wanted to give a shout out to Mackenzie Mullins, who obviously made the full body character art that you see on our stream graphics, which the new starting soon credits made by our incredible DM, Katie May. Excuse me. They're so good. I am so scared of the implications. It's fine. Also, make sure that while you're here that you've checked us out on Patreon, subscribed to our YouTube, followed us on Twitter for updates. And then if you're looking for any in-game lore or you feel like you want to study up on the prophecies, make sure you check out the new community pages where you can access tons of content about the show and the world of Ackerman. And last but not least, we are releasing new merchandise this season, which does include a design we put in the store just this afternoon. So if you are joining us and going to Anpara's dinner party and you want a souvenir perhaps, you should check that out. That's it. That's all my announcements. That's all I got. Let's play some fucking D&D.
Oh, did you talk about the Chaos Bar?
I did not talk about the Chaos Bar. You know what? That was a mistake. So the Chaos Bar, anybody who's been here knows we know her. We know her well. She walks alongside us, much like the specter of death itself.
I actually have a secret truth about the Chaos Bar tonight. I was telling Chad in Scheme Time, like I have to read the room of the plot about how much I plan or do not plan around Chaos Bars, and I have not planned a single chaos this evening. And the ones that happen live are the ones that are the most wild. Because I don't have the time or energy to temper myself back in an immediate moment. So yeah, just take that as you would like to take it, but time them. I guess is what I'm saying is time them as you would like to see them, because that will have a really large impact on how tonight goes.
So the Chaos Bar is our old friend. Basically, the way that functions is any and all donations that go to the Chaos Bar, help pay our cast and our incredible moderators, including our newest moderator, CK. Please say hi to CK in chat. Welcome him in as our newest member of the mod team. We love our mods. They keep us safe. They keep you safe. They are just the freaking best, okay? But the Chaos Bar, every single time we hit $250 on that bar, Katie Mae does something terrifying and introduces a brand new event that was not previously plotted, as they just explained, and it often changes the entire course of the campaign in a single moment. Some quick examples of past Chaos Bars. In our very, very first episode, someone was murdered. In a later episode, Brian was not struck, but glared down by a colossal, which sort of steered the rest of her plot for, I don't know, ever. So yeah, just things to consider. But we love you. We appreciate your support any way that it comes. And so we're just excited to be here and to be doing the show again. That's it.
Because I don't know if you know this, but Discord is the god of chaos. And so the more I respect chaos as an entity, as a form of this campaign, just the more wild it gets, the better it gets, the more fair. Like, I don't know how to phrase feral parentheses as positive as I could possibly make it. So yeah, I'm really just I'm trying to let Discord into the Chili's tonight, you know? Right. Yeah. Okay. How did we do on the poll? Who's taken home the first inspiration of season 3?
Julian!
Julian, how's it feel? Victory speech.
Pretty great. I mean, that's pretty cool. Thank you, chat.
Great victory speech.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, last week during the one shot that we did to prepare you for this very moment, we have you did prepare a whole song. So I needed everyone who maybe didn't see it to know that, so they know that they should go back and view it, because there was a whole song last week, and that needs to be seen. that needs to be loved. So I'm so welcome. It's an honor to have you as both our executive producer and Kaylin. We're so excited to have you here. I know all the cast is just radiant about it. So with that, oh man, we must return to Acramon, I do believe. God, it has been so long since we've seen that planet. 2 moons, 1 unbroken. 2 mirroring realms, 1 of which has shattered. And 1 core that holds a single heart with a single party member right outside of it. And I'm sure that those who left the core were almost wishing that they had stayed right there in the heart, because then that means that they wouldn't find themselves in the nervous system of the wilds. Yes, that's right. It has been only a few moments for you, Winona, Gideon, since the cataclysmic events of the end of season 2. Everyone has come to a lull in the clearing you find yourselves in. Yes, this clearing, for those of you who do not remember, just resting on the outside of what used to be an Iron Eater Enclave member's hideout, with which Winona found herself blessed with the Omen Soul. Yeah. The most unsettling thing about big events, big moments of change. For some, complete alterations of their entire bodily chemistry. For it is now suffused with unspeakable magic. It is odd how quickly things fade back to a thing that can almost be called normalcy. You feel like there should be someone there with a sign saying, "Hello, we just probably saw a ghost and then also found out our friend was kidnapped. Please provide us a few moments of peace before we continue on our journey." But there's nothing like that waiting for you. No, indeed, it is the same hollow feeling clearing that you found yourself in before. Now, if I recall correctly, you took Mara with you, but you left Chade, Crovalone, and sweet Lildrir. Of course, that is the Aasimar you had team up and fly you on her ship, the Annabelle Lee, to this clearing, which was, of course, crashed. Very depressing for her. We don't have time to talk about it. But you've left them behind, so you have a few moments of normalcy before you are supposedly going to be ripped back to your adventures. Well, God, it's almost like we shouldn't even call them adventures at this point, because there's a certain willing aspect to the concept of adventure, and there's not a lot you could do right now to stop this adventure. At least, that's what you think at first. You see the firefly that had just come to you on its grand wings and blessed you with the thrilling invitation from none other than Anpara himself. You see the firefly, a thing you are intent on, not maybe intent, but maybe assumed would continue to exist as a firefly. Just watch its wings flare and then snap shut in a moment. You feel this pulse of radiating light kind of flare out from you, the heat, like you've stepped out of the shade and into the sun. And with a snap of the firefly's wings, you watch it go from a firefly with a tiny lit up little shell on the back half to a book. Glassy firefly-like wings as its bindings and a beautifully luminescent spine. 2, in fact, of these books have crumpled to the floor now. And while it's not quite a neon sign asking for some peace, it's maybe the closest you're going to get. So, my first question is, in the few moments after the firefly crumbles into nothing more but light reading, are you speaking amongst yourselves? Is this a steady silence where you're just trying to regain your peace? How is it looking for the two of you?
I think Gideon is in a unnerved silence as they're staring at the books. I don't know about Winona, but I'm
Sure.
dissociating.
I think Winona is kind of also like dissociating, trying to like hold it together, but not doing very well.
Okay.
But wants to read whatever it is that just crumpled onto the floor.
Yeah, I think I'll pick up a book and crack it open.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you go ahead and pick up that book and crack it open, and you see the same invite as was beheld to you before. I will actually read it again for us now. This invitation reads, "Hello, mortal. Well, we can barely call this group mortals anymore, can we? You are humbly invited to the sacred grove, the birthplace of the Apotheon sisters, for this century's most thrilling dinner party. Invited cordially, but not by none other than the true god Anpara to a feast of delights, and there will be such featured party favors as, and then of course, you both, having picked up your books and opened them, see Brine's name written in what suspiciously seems to be her handwriting, in fact, here in this book. And then you go and you continue to read. And you go as if your eyes begin to read the next paragraph. And it takes you by surprise that it becomes harder to read this portion. If one of you would like to try and decipher the fuzzy texts of this second half of the invitation, I'm going to go ahead and need an Anpara check. Not.
I was like, what stat is that?
Okay, what do I roll
An
for that?
Arcana
Honey.
check, not an
Yes.
Anpara check. Very close, very close.
All right.
Moment.
20.
22 as
Wait,
your first
yeah.
roll of the season? Get the fuck out of here. What the hell?
I have proficiency in Arcana.
Proficiency.
I am
What the
proficient.
hell?
I will also do a rolly roll.
Perfect, please do. Where are you? What
I know. I
map
was like,
are you on?
where's Winona?
Where is
I
Winona?
was there, and then I closed out, and then I reopened. And it no do the thing.
No, do the thing.
I don't know.
Would you like me to roll for you?
Wait, let me try again. Hold on, let me see. I won't try.
I can see the little Winona icon.
Where?
I can't even see. Oh, I just rolled a 19. Sexy.
19.
fuck yeah.
Let's go, bestie. A 19 and a 26. Amazing. Yeah, so it takes you to a few minutes to attune, and what you realize is that these words, it seems to be a bunch of like shreds of existing like news clippings, almost like clearly tomes that had been taken and ripped apart to create the magic of this section. And what that is this just, you watch it crumble, move, and change frequently. In not perhaps the kindest manner. But after a long moment of sitting there, really just reading as hard as you can, you realize that the second half of the letter says, "Need a ride?" Simply crack the spine of this book, and you will be transported to the most beautiful palace you've ever seen. But remember, no plus ones.
So that means
No.
we can't take like Chaden
No,
with us.
Gideon slams the book shut.
God damn it.
No, I'm not down to abandon everyone in the wilds.
Yeah,
I
me
assume you're
either.
probably on this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Wow. Well, Brian's not even here, and they're causing problems. But at least they're alive. At least we know they're alive. We think.
They always are. Hopefully. Hopefully.
We got kissed. You got kissed, and then I got kissed. Do you need to talk
Yeah.
about your kiss?
Yeah, actually, I'm like a omen soul. Somebody kissed me and gave me a pow. They're
Do you-
dead.
Do you feel any different in your body, or is it just like, is that just what she calls her girlfriends? I don't.
I just can't tell at this point if it's my raging anxiety or if that's something new. But there's something in my body, and I can't
Do we
tell what
know-
it is.
Can we roll like a history check for Omen Soul, or know anything about it, or is it like?
You can roll a history check for Omen Soul. You can also roll an Arcana check to maybe see if you can get a feel for anything that's happening with Winona.
I'll roll a
Either of those
history
would be
check.
acceptable. Okay.
I got a 15 Arcana.
15 Arcana, and then I will hear that result of that history check before I decide which one I want to talk about first.
Got a 7.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that one first. So that's a history check.
Yes.
Omen Soul. You're thinking Omen Soul, Omen Soul. All you remember about it is that it is a failed prophecy.
Cool.
And that's what you remember.
Thanks.
Gideon, you are no stranger to unusual new magic and being able to suss out the feel of that. And what does it look like as Gideon tries to do this for Winona? Are you just like, really concentrated? Do you reach out and touch her? Like what are we looking at?
Yeah, I think Gideon kind of like squares up with Winona in a way they haven't gotten like that close before, and like puts two hands on their shoulders and kind of like looks at her really, really closely with like this very intense stare, which is Gideon focusing, but to someone else, like Gideon probably looks very angry, but it's just them like really trying to think and use every brain cell to like suss out what's happening.
Okay, perfect. And how does Winona feel as that's happening?
I'm like, this is cool, but this is the closest we've ever been, and I'm just feeling a lot of things. Are you studying me? Am I now
Yes.
a part of this? Okay, what do you see? I don't know what you see. What are you
Just
looking
like a
for?
magical vibe check, you know, just like a magic vibe check.
Do I pass the vibe check?
That's a great question. So you get close and you feel what you can only describe as an ancient thrumming to Winona's skin now. It feels suffused with magic, but not magic that is divine.
And you don't feel different because you are different. There's like the vibes are different. You always pass vibe checks, Winona, but you feel different. There's new magic in you.
Have magic? I mean, I knew I had like a little bit, but like you can actually feel it.
Yeah, it's very old. It's not like mine, but just be careful. I don't know. It's not bad. It's not like sinister. It's just different from anything I've ever sensed before.
Okay. Can you teach me how to do magic stuff?
Of course, I'll teach you anything I know. No one's ever trusted me to teach them magic before, but I will teach you.
Okay. I mean, I just don't know what I'm doing or what it looks like, so I'm gonna need some help. And I trust you. So, I mean, I don't mean to sound stressed. I am stressed. But I trust you. You know what I mean?
I trust you too. And this is a stressful situation. And I understand new weird magic in your bones, so hey, who better to talk to than me, I suppose.
Exactly.
Speaking of, we have to get to Anparas, but we have to bring we should go get everyone.
Yes.
Probably, right?
Yes.
And then our ship is gone. So we are just out here. I know this whole expedition was about the wilds, but I feel so unprepared for actually being down here. I don't even.
Same.
Was it Abyss's Locket that the invitation said? I don't even know where we are or how close we are to it.
Is there anything that we can use as a compass? Do we have?
Maybe Lildrir has something.
Do you have something in your inventory that would do that for you?
So let me see. So
Let me look in my explorer's pack.
One explorer, one pack. A whole wilds to conquer.
What do Dungeonees do
Yeah.
again? I don't remember
Dungeonees?
what. Yeah, I forgot
yeah.
what those do.
Welcome back. All right. Dungeonees, let me pull them up for you. Because they're on your character page in Notion. Let's see.
Look.
The Dungeonees are chewy sweets that take 10 minutes to chew, but once you've chewed them, you get advantage on your next dexterity-based roll.
Oh,
Have fun.
okay.
Yeah, let's see if Lildred knows, because I don't have shit.
Okay.
And she was piloting the ship, so maybe she knows.
Yes.
And other than that, I just got owed a favor by Flux, so if I can find a way to take them up on that and get us safely to the party we are now going to, then I will do that.
Let's do it.
And at that point, Mara goes, "Oh, so we're gonna go to the party?"
To get well, we should probably get Brian. You don't have to go if you don't want to, but I feel
No, it's always startling when you have to stray from your original task. That means additional time that I don't know. That Sai and Evie are safe.
no, you're right. I just I don't know if I could skip this. I don't know who else was invited, if anything. I have a feeling it's not going to be just us, but if I can, maybe I can try and call Nakia again and see if she knows anything, because I guess she's with them. I don't. Maybe if they know that we can't come. Oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say, I mean, like, we could try to make the most out of our time there. You know, time necessarily isn't always wasted. And I mean, we also should save. I know you don't have, like, the saviorist history. We should probably save one of our party members. We don't. It would just feel senseless to leave Brian behind.
And Gideon, I think you watch like Morrow's eyes just narrow for one moment, and I think you watch Morrow have the thought like, "Oh, you mean like Brian left Ystera? Okay." Right, just like have the thought and then like try to be a more emotionally healthy human being and just kind of like, yeah, you're right. Brian's a little slimy, but that doesn't mean that she deserves to bite it in the palace of a god or something. And we're sure he's not bluffing.
I personally do not want to find out. You know, the stakes are kind of high. I mean, if you want to take the invitation and go straight there, Morrow.
Time wasted.
I think Gideon's smirking a little bit, like knowing Morrow would never do that.
Yeah, I think Morrow goes, "What?" No, and then like realizes you're joking and is like, "Oh, no, yeah, okay. So are we calling? What?
Yeah, I'll call Nakia and get them to fucking cool it for a couple days, and because it's not, we got our ship crashed, so I don't know how we could even get there if we wanted to. So, I go to call Nakia.
All right. You go to call Nakia. The line rings a few times, and then you hear, "Hello."
Nakia?
No, indeed. This voice is quite familiar in that it was the last voice you just heard speaking to you. Hello?
Nakia's receptionist speaking. Can I take a message?
She'd never hire you first. Wait, why do you have my sister's phone? Why do you have my sister's phone?
Oh, because I like to think of my palace as a sort of immersive retreat. Next question.
You took her too?
Of course.
And you
Oh,
put Bride on my invitation?
Oh, sweetheart,
Okay.
oh, I'm sorry. I should have cleared this up. This is a family event.
Sorry? A family event?
Oh, yes. Well, I figured it's been so long since all of Valeria and her cute little children have been together. And I know it's just a little selfish of me, but I did want to be there for the reunion.
I hope you're ready for me to kill someone in your living room. Because when I see that woman, it's a
Oh?
Gideon's so mad they're like they can't talk.
You see her? You're gonna get so angry, you're gonna kill your mommy?
Please don't. This is weird.
Now, I'm beginning to get the feeling that you've never attended a party in the wilds before, but we do have a certain amount of decorum surrounding them, so I'd maybe find a flux who can give you some advice before you get here.
All right, fine. I'm coming to get Brian and my sister. We will be there on time.
Well, she's not yours to collect, but I appreciate the tenacity. I do, however, want you to remember one thing. As much as you're going to come to this dinner party and want your icky little mommy dead, there are people who are also attending this party, who are also swearing to pacifist guidelines promised by none others than yours truly. And those people, I promise, I swear, want you dead more.
Who do you want dead, Ampara?
Nothing. Fun is for the living. Any more questions?
No. Thank you for the invitation.
Okay. I'm gonna melt your Sympax now. Bye.
Sorry?
And you hear it go, and then it just turns.
My selfies!
Go ahead and roll a dexterity saving throw.
Oh my god! You bastard, I have so many selfies! Dexterity saving throw. I have it on my sheet. Once I find it, it's over for you.
Over for me?
Mostly probably me. My dexterity's bad. Please. Please let me roll. What's a plus 0? Let me just roll a flat d20.
Let's see it.
An 18.
An 18, yeah, you drop the phone as fast as you can. This impacts, and it is just enough time before it literally turns to melted gold and singes into the stone beneath it. All of your contacts were saved in there.
Cool. Well, I just talked to a god on the phone. Today's going great.
Question.
For me?
Yes.
Oh, I'd love to hear it.
Is this a thing that I can use mending on?
You have spells now!
You have a spell!
How does Winona know she can do this? What does it look like when she does it? And how is her reaction to finding out that she can do it? I would love to hear all of these things.
I think that, as we were talking earlier about her not necessarily knowing if it's anxiety or new magic in her body, she can just, she's just kind of buzzing. And I think she kind of has an instinct in her to be like, nah, try to I don't know, her body I think kind of moves before her brain does. And I think what she does is just bends down, and I wouldn't say she touches the gold, but probably hovers a hand over it.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of tries to suck it out of the ground, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's what she tries to do.
Yeah, okay, so you kind of reach down towards this gold puddle on the ground. Your hand hovers over it, and you watch as one by one, each of your fingertips lights in this dark pink flame and just swirls. And it is almost as if the metal is drawn to the heat of this fire that's at your fingertips as you pull it back up. And as you're pulling it up, it just reforms as a synpax and rests on the ground.
Holy shit.
Holy fucking shit, Winona.
Holy shit.
You're immediately better at this than I've ever been. And you're getting
I don't know. Something just told me to try and it worked. It fucking worked.
You just mended my phone that a god melted. You
That
did
was so
that.
cool, Winona. That's great.
Thank you. I don't know how I did it, and I don't know if I can do it again, but here you go. Your selfies are still here.
Thank you. I changed my background to the one that we took in front of the
Do
burning
you
ship
go and look
together.
through your selfies?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
I was going to go change my background.
You go to go change your background, and you notice that you like open your thing, and every selfie you've ever taken where it's just you in the photo has been changed to look like a family photo. Between your mom, your mom, you, and Nakia. And then you notice that like there's a blurred out just like figure in the back of each one of these.
What does my mom look like? I think Gideon's like immediately staring at her.
Oh, yeah. I think what does Gideon wish she looked like?
What does Gideon hope she looks like?
Mm-hmm.
I think in Gideon's mind it would be just what she looked like on Kurthus, like unchanged, big round glasses and like 2 twin braids of like the exact blonde that Gideon's hair used to be, like that like white blonde.
Right.
Like an almost like mousy librarian vibe. Like
like
that is what like Gideon always thought that her mom was this like really sweet, intellectual, like sensitive, like botanist. Like it had like a very specific image. And even though they have a lot of bad feelings about her, when they think of her as an image, that's what they see. It's like an old picture, basically.
Yeah, so you're looking at all of these photos, and it would be pretty eerie that just your mom was there, but also Nakia's there, and it looks like smiling and well adjusted. And your mom looks beautiful and effervescent. And you see that like in some of them, you all have like matching flower crowns, all sorts of things like that. And the worst part of this photo, of these series of photos to you, is all of these initial shocks hit pretty hard. But in the last one, you realize that you'd almost missed it. You're wearing an engagement ring in every single one of these photos.
Can I see what the ring looks like? Is that like?
Sure. Yeah, you like
I'm
zoom in
so
and
many
enhance.
details.
No, you're
so
good.
sorry.
You're like, ma'am. You're zooming in. You're enhancing. You're zooming. The CIA is seeking to hire you. You get into this. You start looking at this, trying to figure out any detail about it, and it is a series of these very specific gems that are very highly sought after. And the reason that they're highly sought after is it is one of the only meldable gemstones. Right? Other gemstones, you might carve them. This one is a fully meldable stone. If you get, not that, I mean, like metals are a meldable stone. Do not science is not my forte, but this gemstone is specifically meldable, almost like clay. And you realize that that gem has been formed into a perfect rose.
I shut the syntax after staring at it. Thank you,
good?
Winona. Yeah.
Did you get a message or something?
No. The photos. No, it's fine. I don't think I have a signal, but the pictures are there, so thank you. I think Gideon's just trying to like seem normal. Instead of being like, my mom's in my phone. They're just like, oh yeah, no, it's good. Thank you though, Winona.
I'm not gonna pry, but I can tell something's up. But if you ever want to talk about it,
You know what? You could look at it. And Gideon just hands their phone to Winona and is like, you could look at the group screen. And then I think, like, as we're walking, I'll just let you, like, scroll through my phone if you want.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Winona, you open the phone and it immediately gets a ping message.
Okay, hey, you gotta...
Oh, no, it says to Winona on it.
My cell phone's haunted.
Gideon?
Yeah?
I got a text message on your phone. I feel violated. I don't want to go into your messages.
No, you can. That's haunted. No, the phone's haunted now. Let's accept it. And we'll open the message.
Okay. Oh, cool. I guess I'm going to open it.
You open it and it says, brave of you to defy the will of a god.
Is that all it says?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
And then another one comes in and it's just a winky face.
I didn't mean I like I start like kind of looking around as if I'm on some like reality TV show, like who the fuck is watching me? Where are the cameras hiding? I didn't mean to defy anyone, and I kind of just say that out loud. I'm sorry.
Bing! Another text message comes in. It's a heart, and it says, don't worry, you can pray for forgiveness. Bing, bing, bing. 3 more hearts, and then a sun emoji.
I'm just gonna silently hand the phone back to Gideon and try not to panic.
I don't like that he's fun. And I shut the syntax and put it in my pocket. Okay, we should go find them, right?
Yeah. And
Okay.
I think Wynonna's just gonna keep looking over her shoulder.
And so you actually might find it is some relief when, as you begin to walk out of this clearing, you look up and you see the sun fade behind a set of clouds as it begins to rain. Now, we leave the rain and we encounter a tempest. Of swirling revelations, current. You have just left the heart, the very heart of the planet you've always dreamed of just setting your feet on one day. And now you know that you are one of few mortals who have found the deepest depths of this entire planet. How are you feeling about what was waiting for you inside?
It was so much different than what I thought I would find inside. I thought I was going in with family and coming out with family. And Current didn't expect to do any of it alone.
And does the note and artifact in your hand make you feel more or less lonely?
I think maybe a little bit of both. It's once again this feeling of, well, there's something there, but I can't reach it. But it does come with a sense of, even if I don't know what to do, I know that I have to do something.
Okay. Yeah, you are filled with the desire to spring into action, which is very heroic of you considering how much action has been demanded of your existence already. You go to collect everything that has become a part of your journey that has made it to this point. You have, of course, the shrimp pistol, this note. You as well have a snapped shut invitation now at your feet. Oh,
Chaos.
a chaos event, you say? In the core?
Oh no.
Okay. Oh no. Okay. All right. All right. Happy early birthday, Lyrica. Okay. So you have the shrimp pistol, the note, the invitation from Anpara, and the short sword that you had left behind to go further into the heart. And a vial of poison, I believe. And that would be about every artifact that you, I believe, am I wrong? Are those all of them?
The poison, my short sword,
Yep.
the armor that I was given, and the compass and the locket.
Yes, you do have a compass and locket as well now. And the compass and locket have stayed the same. However, at this point, you reached down to pick up your short sword that had previously been discarded and noticed that the crystalline floor that you had set it upon had seemed to attach itself to the sword. Now its hilt is just jagged crystal, except for the smoothness of where exactly your palm would rest in wielding it. This blade still seems to be metal, but the very tip of it seems to be something else. And I know that you took time to decorate this little short sword. So are there any other finery details to it that you'd like to tell me about?
I think just as, the part of the sword that seems less sword-like, different material, it's kind of, you see like kind of, if you could imagine like what wind, if you could see wind, kind of like that swirl going on there. And then at the very bottom of the sword, there is a string tied to it, and it just has a crystal with an upside down crescent moon.
Ooh, that's beautiful. Yeah, so you notice that this short sword has evolved and changed now. I assume that does not lead you to discard it.
No.
Gotcha. Okay. Does something about it feel homey to you?
Yes.
Interesting.
It kind of feels like I've always had it.
Ah, okay. Wow. With that, you stand up and look around, and you so much of entering the heart was dictation that you had no authority of shifting. And now you find yourself on the outside of it with every little bit of your autonomy returned to you. Where you go next is completely up to you, and there is no monarch to guide your way.
I think that mixed in with all the different emotions going on, there's like anger, but it's like purposeful anger, and it's not really pointed towards anybody specific. It's like anger over, it's like another situation. So the first thing that Current is going to do, with kind of like almost like those hot angry tears in their eyes, is take the short sword, and they're going to begin cutting off all of their braids. Very purposefully doing this.
Yeah, you can use there of course, remember, is this large crystal emerging from the center of it. And so you can go to it and face that reflection if show you choose to chop your braids off.
Yes, I will definitely. I'm using the crystal and just cutting it, and not even realizing that as each braid falls, my hair becomes this more and more purple color. And I do that until all you're left with is my freestanding curls.
Yeah, while you're doing it, the blade will cut, and you'll notice a spark of electricity head from your scalp to the metal of the blade in this flash of sparks. Nothing that ever felt frightening to you, merely only perhaps self.
Yes, and
go ahead and roll a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh, yay.
Time for our first chaos of the evening, folks.
I rolled a 25.
Ooh, a
That's a nat
25. Oh,
Is it a nat 20?
was your first roll of the season a fucking natural 20? Are you kidding me? What the fuck? Okay. All right. See, that's the thing about chaos events, I tell you. Okay, so you cut the braid and you feel that spark of your power, and you notice that the braid falls and hits the crystal that's in front of you. And you hear it. As hairline fractures start spreading up this entire monolith of crystal. And you have the better judgment to go like this moments before it explodes. The 25 and a natural 20, I'm going to go ahead and say you take no damage at all, though you may have just taken a considerable amount of it. So instead, tell me how Current's magic keeps her safe in this moment as an explosion happens maybe 4 feet from her.
I think that as Current turns to shield themselves, it's almost like this very wind-like aura that comes almost like forwards, like a shield, just from where Current turns.
Oh, wind. Brilliant. So this wind-like shield comes up and around you, and you feel still this burn of heat fill this room, and you look up through your arm and you see that the wind has created a vortex of brimstone and flame and magma just inches from you. And you see that it all begins to spiral back down from where the crystal had just shattered, this pool of now just crackling, angry, unsettled magma. And as it begins to settle, that portal, which had caused you to leave your weapons behind, you watch it slowly fall with it. Shield to the heart has been shattered.
Okay, I don't know what I just did, but no one was around to see it. So
That's
if it
true.
was something bad,
didn't do
we'll
it.
say it wasn't me.
Yeah.
I think that I'm also going to look down. The invitation is still on the ground, so I think I'm gonna bend down, look at it, and just say, all right, Empire, but you're gonna have to wait. And then put it in my bag and prepare to exit the entrance of the heart.
Right. And as you prepare to exit the entrance of the heart, where is your instinct guiding you? Where do you think you are meant to be heading next? Hopefully toward Ula, right? Where do you think where do you think they'd be waiting for you?
I think that Ula would be waiting for me. I would expect Ula to be like in the throne room.
Okay.
I think.
In the throne room?
Yeah.
All right.
The assumption that I would probably find like Opheles there too.
Right, of course. So with that, right, you go to the throne. Now, I know if you had attended a scheme time, you would know this as well, that you are intending to send a message to Kaylin. Do you do that now, or after you head to the throne room?
I think I'm going to do it on the way to the throne room. I'm kind of like, I have my hand in my pocket and I have the shrimp gun in there and I'm kind of just have the shrimp gun in my hand. And then that's when I'm like, oh shit. And the only thing I can think of is the last surviving to the throne.
Perfect. So yeah, on your way out, you're able to stop at an attendant's desk who is a little too far away from the situation to know its true reality, and agree to send a runic sending spell, essentially. And you get 25 words to send to Kaylin Osirov on this day. What 25 words do you send?
So Current has to really think because there's so much to say, right? So much has happened. They fumble around with it for a while, and then they finally decide to send a message that says, they lied to us and live with us. Out and find me in the core. Kurthus falls. Please be alive. And then I sign it with my initial C.
Okay. So with that, you head off in the direction of the throne room. Now, are you just heading straight there? Are you dropping anything off? You grabbing anything?
I have my bag. I have my items. I want to, if I can, quickly go back to the room that had my stuff.
Yeah.
And I would like to collect the photo, the bracelet, and another item that I've picked up in the core.
Yes. Yeah, you do head back and gather all the things that you made sure you didn't want to lose in the heart, but that you find comfort in carrying with you. Go ahead and roll an insight check for me as you head through these hallways.
Not very
A
insightful.
4.
I rolled a 1.
Oh, a 20 and then a 1. Wow. Well, it's gonna be a good season. You're just on a mission. And what Current is unable to glean from the people who are watching her as she passes down these hallways is that people are regarding them with almost the energy of that a cast list had been posted and you were going to go see if you've been cast or not, but everyone who was looking at you already knew what role you had.
Interesting.
So you head into the throne room, and it's only when you get to the throne room when you realize that there has been an incredible lack of Legion Corps members here. And you open the door to the throne room, throw it open, and the doors hit the crystal on either side, and you realize that for the first time there's an emptiness to the reverberation in this chamber, and that there is one person inside of it right now, and that person is all the way down at the end of the throne room, propped up on the throne, legs swung over one of the arms. And you can see that there is a piece of paper in Rosalind Blossomir's hand. She just kind of rubs in between her fingers, and you watch turn back into just a simple acorn. And then she hurls it, and you hear it go bing, 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 all around the crystal in this throne room. And that is where we will take our first break, Godslayers. Go rehydrate, get some water, do all your things. We'll be back very, very soon to find the fate of Current and our other dear friends, Brian and Kaylin. Godslayers, welcome back. Oh, I hope that you've been busy planning your D2D themed Halloween costumes. Oh my gosh, during the break. I think that's a thing you could have been doing on your break. Just a suggestion from me to you. Otherwise, oh my gosh, besties, welcome back. I hope that you've enjoyed a thrilling break, and I'm so excited to head into the next few chapters of our adventure, but we do have a few more announcements.
We have so many announcements, actually, just a couple. So for our Patreon subscribers, we love you so much. You may have noticed that some of those people are scrolling across our starting soon screen now. That is a perk of subscribing to the Patreon at a certain tier. And then in addition to that, you also get access to all of our posts 30 days before they go public. So that includes things like playlists, such as Katie May's Kaylin playlist that was posted this week. It includes special streams, and we actually have 2 of those coming this next week. So every Wednesday, there is a Scheme Time with Katie May stream, where Katie May and our community manager, Liza, actually play with the terrifying conspiracy murder board that you can kind of see behind Katie May right now, where they sort of plot out everything that is happening in season 3 with our characters. This board exists in my apartment, and I'm not allowed to look at it, and it scares me every day that I walk past it and see that anything has been added from the corner of my eye. So that's on Wednesdays, and that stream is at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, I believe.
We started 7:30 Mountain.
7:30 Mountain Time, so 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So I was correct. Perfect. And then the other thing that we have coming up this week is our Gaggle of Gamers stream, which is actually just where the cast all comes together and plays games. We did Jackbox, we did Fortnite. I don't know what we're doing this week, but we're going to talk all the sauce from the Kingfall one shot that Hooligan and I did last week, where we found out what happened to Julian Centurion and Prince Kalen Osterov as they fled from Kurthus following an invasion of void ghouls that killed Zara. And then we are also going to talk about obviously all of the sauce from the season 3 premiere, which is happening right now. So that's very, very exciting. Definitely come in and tune in for those. You can get access to those streams for as little as $3 a month. We super appreciate the support. Helps us upgrade our tech for our cast, helps us upgrade our tech for our crew, helps us pay for art commissions, helps us pay for basically anything and everything that we need to make D2D run at the high quality that you see it running. So we appreciate all of our patrons so much. And if you want to join those streams, that's how you do it. I also just wanted to point out that although we just took a little mini break, we'll be taking at least 2 additional breaks this evening, during which we will be doing giveaways for two $25 Die Hard Dice gift cards. Once again, Die Hard Dice is our incredible sponsor for this season, and we are giving away $25 gift cards to 2 lucky Godslayers. If you have entered giveaways and won in either season 1 or season 2, you are welcome to re-enter for season 3. Fresh slate. Enter again. Grab a new card. Get some new dice. And in case you missed it, there are now 6, count them 6, beautiful, brand new, personally curated by each of our cast members, color dice palette bundles for each of our 6 PCs. So that's Kaylin, which was curated by Julian, Brian curated by myself, Current curated by Lyrica, Winona curated by Kita, Gideon curated by Molly, and of course Captain Ulazer curated by Nico, who we missed so much tonight, but we are grateful that their surgery went well and that they are on the mend. So I think that's all I have for our announcements.
I actually have not quite an announcement, but just basically like a verbal twit longer. Yeah. The drama, she's happening right now. And the drama is the fact that we did not do I love you, say it back. We did not do I love you, say it back.
Oh my God, you're right. We did not do that, and I'm so sorry that we started off our season that way.
I know. Our season 3. Everyone had to wonder if we secretly hated each other now.
That's true. We were all super anxious about that for the first part of the episode.
Like, no, it was just like you should have seen the internet buzz that lit up, just so feared that we hated each other now. We trended, I'm pretty sure, somewhere.
Yeah, that's rough.
So how are we gonna fix this?
I think the best method for us to fix this is to just cancel the whole stream.
Right.
So you should just go home, right? No, I have a better suggestion. Would you like to hear it?
Oh, no, sorry. I was just really used to Brian running away. What do you think?
I take offense to the Rory Gilmore comparison that you just drew, but also you're not wrong, and I accept the note. So, hey, Katie May.
Yes?
I love you, say back.
Transpire, hi, guys! Hi,
Welcome,
everyone! Welcome! Oh my gosh, our favorites. I'm willing to say it. I'm willing to break the toxic GM pattern that calls me your enemy. I'm the first GM to ever do it. I'm really breaking boundaries here. I love all of you very much.
I love you.
Oh, yes.
Right.
Waffles loves you too.
Thank God.
Hi,
Thank God Waffles loves us.
Tommen is finally settled, so hopefully we won't hear her doing her recap for the next section of the episode.
Sure, that'd be rad. All right, then I think that there is no other answer than to catapult back into the premiere, shall we? All right. Brian, I have a question for you.
I have an answer.
During Brian's time as a hired blade, were you ever kidnapped?
So that's actually how Brian became an assassin in the first place, and a smuggler, actually. So when she first left Terrapine, and when she hadn't yet assumed her new name, she actually just joined the first ship crew that would hire her. And so she essentially became a pirate. And a bigger, stronger, more terrifying pirate crew actually took over the ship that she was on. And anyone on the ship who refused to sort of go along with this new pirate captain's rule got thrown in the prison cells down below. And so she was in that situation. And she and one of her fellow crewmates managed to hatch a plan and successfully escape and actually rescue several of the other hostages as well. So that was kind of what started her on her smuggler assassin journey.
So, how long were you under that deck?
She was probably there for about a week.
And at that point, what was she doing to pass the time?
There was a lot of thinking and a lot of, I think, regretting, because it was still early enough for her to feel that way about leaving Terrapine.
Oh, sure.
And I think there was also just a lot of plotting and scheming to figure out if there was a way that she could escape.
Gotcha. So then my final question is, knowing that you have this history, that you have essentially done this in portion before, how is it different for you now as you are on hour 4 in this cell?
So obviously it's different from the perspective that she is with Ysera rather than having left Ysera behind. She's also face to face with someone that she definitely does not trust the way that she did the crewmates that were in that cell with her on that ship. And I think there's also a lot more inward panic because she is in the clutches of a god.
Yes. In the clutches of the god, that'd be enough to turn someone into, well, a churchgoer. What kind of effect has it had on you?
I don't know that it's turned her into a churchgoer, at least not yet. But I think she is sort of wondering exactly what the consequences of her decision to ask for help from the gods at the end of season 2 will bring. Because she did make that choice, even though she knows that the gods, at least in her experience, are not as benevolent as others would believe them or want them to be.
Right.
So I think that that is something that she's sort of dealing with. And I think there's definitely still that piece of her that's like, I'm going to plot a way to get out of this, while also recognizing that this time it will be significantly harder than it was before.
Okay. And you also were faced with the frustration at the end of the season where your dad was within arm's reach of, not arm's, you're in a cell, LOL, but was in the same room as you and is now gone again. Has that affected how cool of a head she has, or are you maintaining in spite of that?
I think she's managed over the last, 10, 11 years to really nail down a good poker face in situations like this. So I don't know that it's outwardly visible, at least to most of the people here. Like, I don't think that Clove recognizes this.
Right.
But Ysera probably knows Brian well enough to know that Brian is pretty panicked and also pretty upset that she was like this close to her dad, but he was still out of reach.
Yeah, that'd be hard for anyone to take. So, have you been bold enough to try and plan an escape? Or are you just mostly keeping to yourself? Because you're not, obviously you're afraid because Clove is there, right? has there been any action in the last 4 hours that would be considered notable?
Honestly, I don't think so, no. I think that after she and Ystira sort of like made their pact to figure things out together moving forward, she's just kind of taken a second to like recalibrate and think about potential next steps, but I don't think she has shared any of those yet.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Okay, so I actually, it looks like my little sprite in One More Multiverse has moved, but I can't find the map where we are at.
Oh, you should have moved with it. Well, you're in the holding cell. Surprise! You're the map. The map you're on is the holding cell.
Okay, I found it. For whatever reason, Brian moved, but I did not. So hold on 1 second.
Oh, distressing. Well, welcome back to being reunited with your body. That's pretty cool.
Love to be reunited with my body. Okay,
Yeah, we love
just
to see
waiting for
that.
it to load, and I'll do a little roll. I'm sorry, you said a perception check?
Yes, please.
That's a whopping 10.
A 10, yeah, it's you're not doing a lot of of what the gamers would consider attentiveness, if you will. You are just working on your poker face, I think, from the sounds of it, right? At least giving the illusion that you've kept your cool is probably important in this situation. You're looking over to Ystira, and she seems to actually be relatively keeping her cool. She has a very calm look on her face as she is watching it, just watching. You can see every time an hour passes, she kind of leans over to the skeleton that is she leans over to the skeleton that is accompanying her cell with her, and she just breaks off a piece of the bone and then sets it in a pile so that she can keep track of the hours that are passing by. And not too long after you hear the small, just clinking sound of that bone being set down, you hear, for the first time, the sound of a door opening and shutting nearby.
I think that would prompt Brian to just sit up a little straighter, look around, see if she can figure out where the noise came from, and see if she can see who's come through the door.
Well,
The great news here is that the voice, which is heading down into, you hear the click of steps as he descends down the stairs and reaches the floor. And then you just hear kind of bounce off the walls in this cell.
esteemed guests of honor, attention, attention, esteemed guests of honor.
As he comes to stand out in the middle of the center of all of these cells, you see that there is basically a podium with a stalk in front of it, and he comes to stand right up at the top of it, with everyone else just kind of slowly coming to attention. You see that Corbin had like nodded off and goes, it just kind of sits up really quickly. You notice Clove just completely unmoving about it, just the most just like sort of moment. You can see Ystira kind of shift uncomfortably in her cell and like throw a glance to you that is a glance I know you've seen before, which is the I can't promise it, but everything's going to be okay glance. And how are you reacting to the appearance of a god in your presence?
I think after having met Meter and realizing that Meter had been in her life from the time that she was literally like an infant,
Right.
Brian is a little bit, and then also like knowing that like Monarch was in the core, you know what I mean? I think that, and then also Discord and Kurthus, I think that Brian has sort of come to the very startling but very sure realization that the gods are literally walking among them. Yeah. And that so I don't think she's necessarily surprised or starstruck. I think she feels really comforted by Ystira's presence and that expression. And I think she just kind of gives Ystira the same sort of like little tilt of the head back. And then she does like turn her attention toward Anpara, but just in a way of like very calmly sort of looking at the newcomer and wanting to know what they have to say.
Right. Yeah. So you're staying calm as he kind of comes to his stage, and this god stands like he won the war, and it is because he did. Right. So everything about him moves on his own time, but with purpose. And you know that there's almost an enjoyment he is taking in the slowness because he could be much, much faster. Meter, you went your whole life without knowing she was right in front of you. The power that Ampara radiates in this room is undeniable. There is no shadow in this room anymore. You can feel the plants and the crystals all beginning to thrum with a strange new life that Ampara is bringing to them. And he just takes his time with it.
Hello, esteemed guests. I'm so sorry if I've woken you from your naps. However, I have a modest proposition, and I think it is a proposition that a few of you would like to hear.
Do you rest in the silence that every other person in this cell is resting in?
Yeah, she's not going to make a sound.
Okay. Then I will just do my monologue.
Okay. Well, I think you'll all notice.
And he snaps his fingers, and you hear all of the doors to each of the cells unlock.
Now that we've advanced past our initial phase of misunderstanding, I'm here to carve a new path forward for you while you wait for your party guests to arrive. See, here's the thing. You leave the cell, you play by my rules, and I've set up a beautiful few-day vacation that is personalized for each and every one of you. As it is important to me that I am a kind and benevolent God to everyone who walks through my domain. I will just need your help preparing, grabbing some ingredients for some of the events, foraging in my wilds nearby, but nothing that any of you can't handle. Yes, looking around, I think each and every one of you seems to have the capacity, at the very least, to hold their own in my little gardens. Well, they're barely a taste of what's really out there. It's really quite simple. You agree to behave, and you get to have fun while you wait for someone to come and get you. And then, at the end of all that fun, that nice little camp, well, you get invited to the soiree of a lifetime. Yes, I have your friends, your enemies, your family, all of the future makers of dear Acrimon at my dinner table. So we can all discuss and decide the fate of our sweet planet. But you're also welcome, should you choose to misbehave in a way that I do not find sexy and or fun, to stay here And if you really anger me, I will let your loved ones come and collect a corpse. You see, I am a benevolent god, and I will bring you any future you dare hope for. So, would anyone like to leave?
How many seconds do you let pass?
I was gonna say I don't know that Brian moves towards the gate, like to the door to the prison cell. I think she does kind of give Ystira a glance out of the corner of her eye, and it's meant to communicate like, what is the plan here?
Right. Yeah, the two of you look toward each other and make eye contact, and you seem to be communicating, right? You're going through the motions of deciding what to do. When someone's patience runs characteristically thin and says, get me out of this tiny little box, please. As Nakia speaks up from a cell much out of your sight. And you watch Ystira break eye contact with you and snap to attention.
I do the same exact thing.
Yeah. You see Anpara turns around to face her cell and delight and says, "Oh,
Sweet little godling, I should have known you'd be the one to make the trends. Come, leave.
And you hear the sound of a gate opening, and he says, "Come
stand right here. Stand right here."
And you watch as Nakia comes to stand at the bottom of the podium. And Anpara slowly walks around the stalks and places his hands on his knees as he bends down to get on her level. Not even, right? Just get a few feet closer to her as he hovers above her on this podium and says,
"Now, I've set aside quite the little scavenger hunt."
Nakia goes, "Wouldn't you be looking for something in a scavenger hunt?" Anpara goes,
Yes. That's the point of a scavenger? I'm sorry, are you suddenly not interested in collecting all the arcanic deck cards?
and Nakia snaps to attention. And she goes, "No, yes. And she just like kind of narrows her eyes suspiciously and goes, "I mean, yes."
And he goes, "Okay, go on your little scavenger hunt then." And
he snaps, and a firefly appears. And he holds it out to her and goes,
"Here's your first clue."
And she takes it. And you feel it. And she goes, "Ah!" as it sears into her hand. And then you see her go. She's wincing in pain, and she looks back down at it.
And he goes, "Yes, that's the constellation you'll want to follow. Have fun now."
And he waves his hand, and Nakia is gone.
Brian, I think without meaning to, just whispers, "No."
"To what? The fashion decisions that led you here?"
And I think with that, she looks up and she looks at Anpara's face, and she clears her throat. She doesn't take a sip of water, but I'm going to because I'm still recovering from an illness. She clears her throat and she says, Are we all going on scavenger hunts? Or is it just the goblins in the room?
No, I never took you for an activity type, Brian. I have a much more suitable event lined up for you.
Can't wait.
Me either. So, Ystera, Brian, I have set aside a lovely couples retreat for the two of you to enjoy your time together before the soiree. I do have a list of spices, ingredients, herbs that I would need you to collect, but I know that the two of you have exactly the kind of experience that I'm looking for in this arena. What say you?
I think Brian doesn't look at Ystera like pretty intentionally. She just keeps her eyes on Anpara. And she says, are we getting all these herbs from your private gardens, or are we going further than that?
Oh, simply my private gardens. Luckily for
How
you,
far exactly do
Ystera
your
knows
private-
what we'd be looking for.
And I think Brian adds, and how far exactly do your private gardens extend?
That's a good question. Is all of Acramon not my private garden now? Worry not. I mean my palace gardens, to which you should find yourself safely but entertainedly confined.
I think her skin itches a little bit at the word confined, but she doesn't say anything. She just kind of keeps looking at him with the steadiest look that she can muster.
What say you?
Can't wait to get my hands in the dirt again.
Yes, I think you might. And, Ystera, need you not worry. He already knows you're here. In fact, I think he's the one who's coming to get you.
And a chill just rolls through Brian's entire body. I think to the point of like almost making her want to retch. And so she has to take a second, kind of like I don't know that anything shows on her face necessarily, or even in her body language, which I will do a roll for if you would like me to. But I think she tries very, very hard to keep herself under control when he says that.
Okay.
I will not make you roll. But yeah, he waves his hand and your cell doors wave open. He says, all right, you two, get your things together. He kind of laughs at his joke, and then he turns over and says, well,
What about you, Corvin? Would you like to wait for your ex here or elsewhere?
and Corvin goes, where is my elsewhere? And he goes,
Well, I know you must be pretty tired of the wilds after spending, so many single days there. God, what was it? Not even a fortnight. But I offer you a hearty reprieve in my library. I mean, we have some information I'd like for you to get looking for in my study.
so my cell would go from being a 6 foot by 6 foot stone block to an entire library full of books that a god considers important enough to own. Ampara goes.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
And Corbin just holds his arms open and goes, teleport me. And just, Ampara snaps. He's gone. And then he turns back to the two of you and says, what will it be? Solo, retreat, or couples?
We'll stay together.
probably should for the little amount of time you have left.
And he snaps, and you're gone.
Are you going to tell me where we end up, or are we going to move on to somebody else?
Oh, we're gonna move to somebody else. You know how this game goes. Kaylin.
Hello.
Sweet, sweet Kaylin. You have spent the last few days in a frenzy of activity, all based toward a single goal: ensure the survival of the weeds. There were ill to tend to, children who couldn't find their parents, a frenzy of scared people who, for better or for worse, may not like that you were once previously a monarch to them, but actually, let me ask this question first. You've had very little time to entertain anything beyond the grim reality of survival. The fortification of walls, the caring of the ill, right? The inventorying of your food sources, your water sources, your magic resources, your fighting sources. All of these demanded your attention because Carlo has been recovering. You've been running back and forth. And during this time, have you been putting attention towards what kind of image you are seeking to garner during this work? Or are you attempting to let the work speak for itself?
I'd let the work speak for itself.
Okay. Then my follow-up question is, the wellness of the weeds can be broken up into 5 categories: security, food, water, just to say combatability, and what? I'm so concussed. I know you just wrote them down. What were they?
Yep. Security, food, water, combatability.
Security, water, combatability, and morale. I was like, I knew it was the most important one. I was like, and then it's gone. It's these 5. Kaylin gets to focus on 2. The rest of them he has to delegate. He passes to Julian or Alan or maybe even Mel. What 2 do you take in as your own personal responsibility?
I would take combat ability and morale.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would leave. Can I pick who I'm?
Oh, please
Ready to pick?
delegate.
I would leave security to Mel.
Okay.
I would leave food to. Can I assign somebody 2 things? Yeah. Okay. And I think I would assign food and water to Alan, as I feel he's got the most experience in the wilds and would be able to know what's safe to eat and drink or not.
All right. So, combat, pretty straightforward. You manage to do a full inventory of every weapon that is at your ability. And every magic weapon that is at your ability, which is much fewer than you would like, and just even just spare lumber that could be turned into a shield at a moment's notice, right? Things that could be fashioned to handle the refining into a weapon that has been set aside. It's been a very, your resources have been strapped. It's been hard to look at all of them and go, yeah, we can survive on this. It's kind of grim. And with your combat equipment, you have just like enough to arm, let's say, about 30 people. Which isn't too bad. And we're talking short swords, bows and arrows, daggers, glaives, halberds, all of them. Do you seek to arm the 30 people you believe to be the most capable, or do you keep every weapon away in the same place so everyone knows where they are if a fight breaks out?
I would arm the 30 most capable fighters.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Perfect. And what instruction did you give them? Right. I assume it's. Are you advocating for a strategy that is group-minded? Right. Are you sending? Are you saying run from a fight no matter what? Are you saying prioritize safety? You've armed these people, right? Are you saying it's your job to protect these people? Only that is your job. Don't do anything else. Right? What words do you arm these 30 people with?
I would tell them to, at the very least, always travel in pairs.
Okay, pair system.
So that if something were to go wrong, there would at least be two people around. And do they have would they have something like the equivalent of, let's say, a flare gun or some sort of signal that they could use to alert others that there was something going on?
Yes, you have exactly 8 flare potions. Things you just throw on the ground and firework up in the sky.
Okay. I'm doing math. Hold on.
Of course.
So I would have 8 flare potions. I use that. I don't know why I'm trying to do math in my head. Let me get a calculator. Hold on.
I was ready to believe that it would happen. I was just fully impressed. Okay.
So I have roughly, I can have roughly 3 groups of 2 have a potion and then have one kind of in the middle. So I would say, I would have, wait a minute, right? No, 30. If I have 30 soldiers, I have 8 potions. Yeah, it's 3.75. Okay. So I would have at least 2 groups with a potion. No.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm terrible with I'm trying to think this all through in my head and I'm terrible with math. Okay.
That's so fine.
So I think I'd want to set up, maybe if I draw this will help. Okay. So I have at the north, south, the east, and the west.
That's okay. Now I'm drawing. Okay.
Right.
Yes, north, south, east, west.
I've got a group of 2 with a potion.
Okay. That's so smart. All right.
And then so that's 4. So then that leaves 4 potions to kind of disperse amongst the middle of the area that we've taken over.
Okay.
That also leaves me with 22 other fighters. So I have 22 other fighters and 4 potions. So I would say with the rest of them, like I would have the north, south, east, and west covered.
Okay.
Kind of like 24-hour watch, and they can,
You
take
cycle out.
shifts. Yeah. And then anybody who's not on watch would just be kind of like walking around, surveying the area, if they're not like taking their rest.
Okay. Perfect. So yeah, you seem to have a relative security system set up, which is great. I wasn't gonna make one for you, so I'm glad you did. Which is great. I think today, right, is the first day where you've like finished like setting it up, right? Today is the first day where Kalen has been confident that the security system is running as it should be, and that he does not need to be going to every station to ensure that people are actually doing what they have been asked to do.
Sure.
Or being confused or wandering off or being like, what are the rules again? Or, just freaking out, I'm going to go ahead and have you roll a persuasion check for me. God, is it even a point? You get like a minimum 23, right?
My persuasion, I'd have a minimum of 14.
Okay, then go ahead and roll for me.
So I'll roll it. So 26.
26. Okay. So yeah, with a 26, I mean, like, you managed to do this. So let me actually ask, you managed to do this without sort of directly challenging the weeds' natural aversion to authority. How do you accomplish that?
I think that partly it's the fact that everybody knows that we're out in the wilds, right? So we're all kind of in this unknown territory. So I think that it lets people like it's kind of let that natural resistance to the authority, it's kind of come down a little bit because they're in a dangerous, like unknown situation. And I think also just the amount of time that Kalen has spent in the weeds and his friendship with Carlo has kind of been he's done enough to kind of prove himself to the people of the weeds that he's taken with him, that he wants to make sure that they're protected and everything like that.
Right. And in the meantime, you have received no contact from the neighboring town unless you sought it out. I'm not sure you have.
Neighboring town being Cairn Coast?
Oh, yes. The nice, the
Okay.
sweet, the cozy little village of Cairn Coast.
Yeah. No, I don't think that he's sought it out. I think that once he once everything kind of got settled, like when we got back to the ships and we saw like, oh, okay, so this is like we're ready. Like this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make our own little place. Having that confidence in Alan to make sure that they're able to find the food and water that they need, knowing that Mel will be able to handle security. I think if he did go back to Cairn Coast Village or make any contact, honestly, he would probably contact the little bard who was over there.
Oh.
Yes, he'd contact the bard and just say, how's it going? Maybe do. Yeah.
How would you contact Do?
I think they probably exchanged contact information before he like left
Oh my
the
God.
area.
So you're just texting Do?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So what exactly are you texting her?
I don't think anything really specific, just kind of exchanging pleasantries, and I think also just asking about like potentially doing a show together or something like that, trying to keep at least one person in the area that he's friendly with.
Mm. And what kind of so you try to keep on friendly terms with Doe, which I love. And then what sort of rule of thumb do you provide for the people of the weeds when it comes to your neighbors?
I would say interact with caution. And I think I would explain to them that the vibes that I got is that they are very friendly people who are willing to help, but that it does seem like they are perhaps under a spell or some sort of thing that's going on that they I kind of explain the cult vibe and just be like,
Okay.
so, right, like, so you can interact and they'll be friendly as long as you're friendly, but like also don't get brainwashed.
Yeah, so you said that and you were like, it's kind of like a cult feeling. And then someone in the back went, oh, like Alpenople. And they all went, oh, yeah, okay. They just kind of just, went, oh, okay, makes sense. And just, went on with their lives. I think their resolution is with that warning that they're not even going to interact with caution. They are just not going to entertain the people of Cairnconis Village like they did not entertain the people of Alpenople. With that, you are on your first relative day of feeling like the world isn't ending. Right? It's been fire after fire of like, you had just heard this terrifying prophecy, right? And you couldn't do a damn thing about it for 5 days. It is now Agister 4th.
Pretty sure we passed Kaylin's birthday.
Yes, we did. How did you celebrate it?
I don't think he told anyone. I think the only people that would have known it was his birthday would be Julian and Alan.
Right.
But he didn't really do anything special. I think he wanted to I think he just wanted to focus on the task at hand because partly he knew that things needed to get done in order to make sure that he was keeping people safe. And also because it was the first birthday he's ever had that he hasn't spent with both of his siblings. So he didn't really want to think about that. And so he just threw himself into the work.
Yeah. And you definitely
For
did.
what it's worth, I'm pretty sure that Julian made himself scarce that day.
Ouch.
We love emotional intelligence. Then I suppose you only received 2 birthday gifts that day. The first of which is a signet ring of Alan's. One of the last few of his personal artifacts is what he gave you. It's a touching exchange, right? It's I left what was on my body, and I think your birthday is important enough to give you one of those few things that are left. Especially since you guys didn't steal into his house and get his little wilds bag, but also his bag of weed. And so so you get that. And then, oh gosh. I think that night when you went to bed, you found a parcel wrapped in what is absolutely trash, but just like what someone could have scavenged from nearby. It's like a mess of like paper that has been used for like inventory that don't matter anymore, right? Like scrap pieces, and just like weeds and tall grasses from out in the wild, just a combination of everything. And when you open it up, you find a simple gift. It is a single dragon scale.
And can I do like an insight check or something to see if I know anything about this dragon scale?
Go ahead and roll a history check for me.
Okay. 9.
9. Okay, so you don't know much more about this legend than what Corvin has told you. Corvin had a one of his neurotypical special interests was the dragons of the Stargaze Grimoire. And that has always been his just like niche little interest that he could talk your ear off for hours about. From the sounds of it with that role, you didn't do the most attention paying, and that's fine. But I don't think you would know what specifically this dragon's mythos is, but it does give off the air of incredibly real. And scrawled on a simple little note underneath it is it starts with "I guess," and then it's just like a dash. It's just like it starts very lukewarm. It says, "I guess here's to the adventures we never thought we'd actually get to have." And it's not signed.
But I would surmise that it comes from Corvin
think you
because
would,
of
yes.
the skill. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That's just in your inventory now.
All right. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And so the days have continued to pass. Luckily, no one has died yet. And that's pretty cool, if you ask me. You've kept everyone alive, which was your sole goal for quite a long time. And you are starting to get to a place where you can start entertaining your next steps, right? Where the present isn't so demanding that you can't look to the future. And I think they've set aside a thing for you that is kind of a makeshift office, right? There's a larger table there for sort of bigger like meetings, right? And it's just like in a ship, right? It's just the weird like basement of a ship that you're in, and I know that there aren't basements in ships, but you cannot make me say the right word. And you've kind of set up there. And it's mid-afternoon. You did your final piece of like training today with people who will be stationed at these watches. And you're a little on edge because today is the day that Key has you reached out on your Sympax to Key, your champion, and she should be arriving today. So there's sort of that energy in the air, right? You're feeling capable. It's a lot of this, okay, maybe we can make this work, right? And you are sort of setting up your plan for the rest of the day when you hear a knock at the door.
I answer it.
Alan and Mel are there. You are kind of getting the feeling right when they're at the edge of the door that they weren't planning on the other person being there, and they just kind of showed up at the same time, right? And you're all sort of standing there awkwardly as neither of them knows who should talk first, and also you're here, and so there's just kind of a moment where you're all looking at each other before Alan goes, "Your Majesty." And at this point, I will ask you if you have asked Alan to stop referring to you as that.
Yes.
He goes, "You're Kaylin. Might we come in?"
Absolutely. Have a seat.
And you tell him to have a seat, and he produces like 2 cups from behind his back, like he was holding, and he brings them up, and he says, "I have incredible news. I was able to take a small trip out into the wilds this morning, and I managed to find one of my favorite plants that makes the most wonderful tea you've ever tasted. I had missed it every day I was in Kurthis, and I figured you and I could both have the first glass. Now, Mel, if I had known you would be here, I would have poured you one." And Mel just goes, "I'm not a tea drinker. You don't have to worry." And he goes, "Right, I should have guessed. Here you go." And he kind of hands the tea to you. And he says, "Now, when you drink this, you will have very vivid dreams tonight. But you will find that you have your senses about you a bit more than you normally would."
All right. And Kalen will hold up his glass to cheers and take a swig.
It is the like fruitiest tea you've ever had. It was always easier for the Osyarov and Kurthis as a whole to make more black teas, right? There weren't enough bright florals, bright tastes, fruits, all any of those kind of things to make the kind of sweet, like the fruity blends of tea that we would know today. And you drink this, and it's this vibrant passion fruit and this like nutty hazelnut and this other taste which you have never experienced before, but it leaves your mouth just kind of tingling.
Okay. I guess I would ask Alan, like, is this normal? My mouth feels kind of tingly.
Oh, yes. You'll find that with most wilds plants. It is
And should
because
I-
the plants we are accustomed to in Kurthis possess no inherent magic to them beyond these stretches of druidry. But the plants that you will find here in the wilds, every single bit of them are infused with as much of Anpara's magic as he could muster.
Oh wow. On Pyra's magic, you say?
Well, yes, it is unknown to scholars when the power of the Feywild and the power of Anpara became the same thing, but it did at some point, and now we find ourselves trawling through it, hoping not to fall inside of a mushroom.
You can fall in a mushroom.
Yes, you can fall into mushrooms. And speaking of things that you can tumble into unwittingly, I would pull your patrols in the afternoon. It looks as if it is going to rain.
Okay. What danger does the rain have?
Rain Man.
The Rain Man. Okay, what does the Rain Man do?
The Rain Man is a dangerous monster, a cruel and vicious hunter. This flux can only take form in the rain. It cannot survive outside of water, but it hides in the rain.
And how would we recognize him?
That's the hard part.
Hmm.
Until you are within inches of it, it simply looks like rain.
So what do you suggest as our plan to make sure that we can defend the area?
Pull your patrols up off the ground, station them on the ships for a bit of a higher advantage, and make sure that they're staying as dry as possible. Maybe some makeshift awnings. Beyond that, it is not a major threat, but still one that could take an untrained individual by surprise enough to end their life.
All right. I will definitely make sure I pass that message along.
Yes, we'd hate to have someone drown today.
That would certainly not be good. Is there anything else we should know about the Rain Man?
No, I don't. That's the most of the mythos I've gathered. I think the only other thing I know is that they love the stalk. They will stalk their prey for hours before finally attacking.
I will make sure everyone is aware so that we can be as safe as possible.
Very wise of you.
And is there anything else you needed to talk about, Alan?
Well, yes. You and I both know that you are no longer going by the title of Your Majesty. And while I understand every reason that has led you to that decision, I would plead to you yet again that we cannot continue to let the weeds to go in every essence relatively ungoverned in a structured sense of the word. As people need structure to survive. Kaylin, I know you have heard this lecture from me before, as you are very structure averse, but people do need structure to thrive and succeed. And I really loved the work that you did with the guard stationing, the watches. All of that was very helpful. I think it's kept some people safe. I don't know if you've heard about the displacer spider issue of last night, but it was relatively well handled.
What happened with the displacer spider?
It's just a spider that can teleport. It's not much more interesting at that, except for when it explodes after you kill it, all of the things that get covered in the goo are fluorescent for like a month.
Oh. I mean, that sounds kind of gross, but also a little pretty. I mean, fluorescent? I don't know. Okay, so that was taken care of. What are we fluorescent now?
Well, yes, one of your guardsmen does glow, but we told him he could take as many days off as he'd like.
Okay. Well, do we have any idea on when Carlo will be up for business?
You should be back up and running within the next, I'd say, another 2 days rest.
Okay. I believe I would like to have him in charge of the weeds.
Entirely?
Well, it seems to me that the people here have made themselves quite comfortable. And we really don't know where else might be safe for them to go. So I wouldn't want them all to kind of come along with us wherever we may need to go, but I know that we are going to have to continue on our journey anyway to other areas and figure out exactly what is going on in Kurthis.
What is our journey, Kaylin?
I don't know, Alan, but I'm pretty sure that it was Hierophant Ivan that let the Void Ghouls into Kurthis. And I don't know why, and I'm determined to find out.
Why is it your job to find this out? When you could instead take the helm of caring for the many people who have been displaced by Yvonne's actions.
I could, but I trust in Carlo, and I think that he would do a good job to lead this area of the new weeds.
So you cast your crown aside and you give it to someone else?
Oh. Again, I don't think there has to be a crown. There's just
You've put him solely in charge.
People.
The crown.
There doesn't need to be a crown. There can just be capable people who can do the work and who are in it for the people.
And what title would you give Carlo then, if not king?
There are no titles.
And again, I bring back to the conversation, which we've had about 3 times since leaving Kurthis, that people need structure to thrive. Otherwise, we become the wilds that we find around us.
I think you can have structure without having a hierarchical system, if you will. You can still provide structure, and you can still provide people in positions of safety and positions of, of being able to take care of things while not having any official titles or any official rules. Or, I mean, I don't think we need kings and queens and rulers, and we should all be able to look out for one another and take care of each other. That would have been my goal. Had none of this happened, that would have been my goal. If he had come back with the prophecy and I became the ruler, that's my goal for Kurthus. So I think that should be the same goal here.
And will here have a set of rules that people follow?
I think it should.
If Mel stabbed me in the back right now, would she get to walk away?
Well, of course not. I think we would have to deal with that in a manner that
we would have to deal with that, or
fit.
Carlo would have to deal with that.
Well, we can discuss with Carlo before we leave about what we think will work for the people. Because I don't think that anybody should be able to just walk up and stab you in the back, but I also believe in restorative justice.
That's a big word for someone who has to be worried about everyone eating first.
Well,
sorry, Kaylin, I speak beside myself. I am excited for the future you find to be a blank slate. I am worried for that very same future, as we have very little time to establish any sort of structure that people might lean on should the wilds no longer choose to favor us. Let me be very clear, the last few days we have spent here have been nothing but in favor. I can help with that.
Please, Mel, I'm happy to hear from you.
Well, she takes a moment. She lights her cigarette. She says, as far as I see it, we make sure we stay in favor.
And how would you make sure that we stay in favor?
I would like to start by going on a scouting mission with Niavbo.
What would you be looking for?
I'd look to establish a half-mile radius of everything that we could possibly encounter. We know Cairn Coast is to the south, but I wish to know what is to the north, east, and west.
Does make sense to know what is around you and to be aware of your surroundings. But how would that gain us favor in the wilds?
Is being prepared not favoring yourself?
Being prepared is good, but it would be nice to have a little something else to know that everyone here would be supported and safe, especially considering we want to make sure that we can maintain a good amount of food and clean water coming in. But at the same time, we want to make sure that nobody's going to be in danger.
I prefer to know my enemies. And while you may have received a shiny little education in your pleasant little castle, the rest of us are deeply unprepared. Getting a half-mile radius of information would set us up for success. And I just realized I wasn't asking. I was telling.
By all means, Mel. I put you in charge of security for a reason.
And yet you have the authority to do that. She turns around and leaves. And then Alan leans forward and goes, see, that's the thing. She goes on a half-mile radius walk, gets infected by a plant, pixie, candy, and anything. She could make a friend, she could make a lover. A single drop of any special rain could fall on her, and she could come back a different person, intending to topple everything we have made so far.
Well, then I suggest you find some time to sit down with her and teach her everything you know about the wilds.
And how am I to do that if I'm about to go on your adventures, Kalen?
We'll make time. You can take care of it before we leave.
And when does our expedition set?
When is our expedition setting?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, we don't know. Okay, great.
You don't know.
Okay. We're in. Let me pull up my
Where?
line. Okay, you said we're on 4th Agister.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, all right. So even in Kiss, so in Kalen's, oh wait, okay, 4th Agister. Okay, so after, okay. And Kalen has not yet gotten any sort of other.
No.
Okay. Well, Alan, here's what I think, because I also recognize that there is a lot of information about the wilds that probably would take a long time to pass on to somebody else. But I do believe you have some notebooks with what you've learned. I would like you to make sure that you leave that with Mel. Take as much time as you can to teach her what you can. Teach Mel and teach Carlo to know what they should avoid and to know for signs of possible infection or being overtaken and what they should do about it. Teach them as much as you can so that we'll be ready to leave at a moment's notice if need be.
Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, my boy. I will see it done.
Thank you, Alan.
And just as he's about to turn and leave, there's another knock at the door.
Hello?
You go to open it, and some person whose name you do not know yet is standing there and says, it's just like a kid, maybe 13. He goes, Your Majesty?
You can call me Kalen, that's fine.
Your Majesty, Kalen, there's a situation.
What's going on?
There's this, like, tiefling chick outside,
Oh,
and she's requesting your presence.
a tiefling, you say? Okay.
Yeah, she says her name was Nakia.
Did Thievius or Mirafel mention Nikia's name to
I don't think so.
Kalen? I don't think so. Okay.
No.
Okay. Okay. Sure. What does this tiefling look like?
I mean, she's kind of hot. Just like this tall. Horns. Cape. Like a weird kind of like side pouch thing. That's everything I can think of.
All right, great. You can tell her I will be out momentarily.
Okay, but we let her in?
Do you know her intentions? Did she say why she wanted to meet with me?
No. But she knew your name. And so I kind of was like, oh. You know?
Would Kalen have any idea of the side pouch being part of the cards?
Nope.
No.
You've never told me
Um,
that Caitlin's special interest was the Arcanic deck, so I do not think so.
Just wondering if just wondering if you
Yeah.
know. Okay. You can leave her at the entrance and tell her I will meet her there. Great, thank you.
And then he kind of like bows and then remembers he's not supposed to, and then he just goes and just kind of claps himself out of the room. It's hard being a preteen, man. So he just kind of wanders off. And then I would like to ask you if you have told Alan of what you know.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. I think that would have been the first thing that Julian would have told Alan right away.
Okay. Alan's face grows kind of grim. He says, "Save her to send her away."
Do you know of this tiefling?
I'm making the assumption that anything comes to our gates that doesn't immediately try to kill Charles, that they're probably from Cairn. Sorry to be a kid named Charles, okay?
Love it.
Make it canonical that that's Chade's little brother. Someone write it down. All right.
Oh, okay, got it.
Chade and Charles.
Cursed.
Sorry, is it Charles with a U or Charles?
Yeah,
Let me
no, it's Charles.
Okay,
It's
okay. Let me
definitely
just get this in the note.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Charles.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, she's come for a reason. I should at least see what she wants. Would you like to come with me?
No. But I hope that you are prepared for something that says all the right things and has all the wrong intentions.
We'll certainly keep that in mind.
And Alan just nods at you.
And Kaylin goes to the gate to see this tiefling.
Yeah, so you start walking towards the gate, and you're walking, and you get about halfway there to the gate when Corbin falls into step with you.
Hi, Corbin. How's it going?
And to clarify for any chat members at home who have time blindness like me, Adister 4th is a day before the scene we just had with Brine. Things are confusing, and this isn't Game of Thrones. I'm not going to make you rewatch it. I'm just going to give you the context. So Corbin falls into line with you and says, "Hey, Mel told me I have to go on a walk."
You're going with her, or you're going? Did she tell you
He
to go
told me
alone?
I have to.
Okay, but are you going with her, or are you going alone?
With her and him.
Who's him?
Niavo, obviously.
Oh.
He said I had to take notes.
Okay. Well, I think I know
Tell her
Mel
to
wants...
take her own notes.
Well, I think that Mel wants to get a good feeling for the surrounding area. And I think...
And I would like to continue to have feeling in my legs. I'm not going out there. I'm going to walk into a sand trap that knows my darkest secrets, and they're going to trap me in the sand, and they're going to tell everyone my secrets. I'm going to die as everyone learns them.
I think that you've done enough studying with Alan to be able to avoid a sand trap.
I mean,
Besides, it's important that we know the area. If you want to stay protected here, then Mel made a good point. You should know what's around and know what to be prepared for.
Fine. But you have to come too.
I have to go talk to a tiefling.
Mel hates me, Neov hates me. They would spend the entire walk
Listen.
negging me. I would have to listen to so many jokes about how much of a nerd I was. You have to come with me.
Okay, first of all, Mel hates me too, so welcome to the club.
Right, so she
Second
would
of all,
just
okay,
bully you the whole time.
yeah,
And
well,
you
here's the
deserve it
thing,
because
Corbin.
everyone was too afraid to bully you as a child because you were a monarch. So I think you should catch up to the rest of us.
Corvin, listen. I'm gonna go handle this thing with this tiefling at the gate because I don't know
I'll
what she
go
wants.
with you and then we'll
Okay.
go on our walk.
All right, we'll see about that, Corvin. We'll see. But I think that you'll be fine with Mel and Neov.
Just kind of shakes his head. And then you guys kind of just walk in silence. And so you head closer and closer to the outskirts of this little weeds ship haven. And you see that, as true to Charles' little word, Nakia is sitting at the far, just sitting on one of the edges of one of these, my God, boardwalks. What's the actual word for boardwalks? We'll never know. The little boardwalks that have been constructed to go between ships, so that, I don't know, if the ground turns to lava, like everyone from the weeds was pretty concerned about in the wilds, that they would have something to walk on. So she's sitting on the edge of one of these, just literally just like kicking her feet back and forth. She's got these red horns with gold tips, this beautiful cape that I would like you to roll a history check on.
Okay. (24)
24, you've seen a near identical cape to that hanging up in Helen's office throughout your entire childhood.
So I would kind of immediately make the connection, like, I've seen this cape before. Is there anyone, is Charles around?
Yeah, Charles
Okay.
is standing watch
Great.
nearby.
I would tell Charles to, I would like write out a little message to
Okay.
Alan, right? And I'd say, hey, this tiefling has a cape that looks like the one you have. And I would give it to Charles and I'd say, can you go bring this to Alan?
And abandon my post? Is this a
You'll be-
test and that I'm gonna fail?
No, because I'm right here. You'll be back. You'll be back soon. You're fine.
Because you'll hold my spot?
Yeah, I got you.
Takes a little message. Sorry, what specifically does this message say?
This tiefling has a cape cloak like the one you have.
Okay. So Charles scattles off. With that, how do you choose to approach this situation?
I think that I would go up. I would start walking towards Nakia. But I would kind of keep in my mind, like, just being very cautious because I am kind of putting it together in my head, like, that I've now noticed that Julian knows that, like, this family, right, is like Valeria's family, and so then I would connect that to Gideon, but then also the fact that Alan had the same cape, and
Right.
knowing that Alan was sent with Valeria to the wilds.
Right. Yeah. Dead giveaway, huh?
Mm-hmm. So I would approach and I would say, hello, I heard you were looking to talk with me.
She like kind of looks up and she goes, "Oh," and she kind of like stands up and kind of like brushes herself off and kind of moves to stand up straight. Hello.
Hello. Who are you?
I'm Nikia.
Nakia. Okay.
Yes.
Hi. I'm Kaylin. Nice to meet you. And
Yes,
how
and that
can
would
I help
be
you?
Prince Kalen Osterov, correct?
Sure. I mean, technically correct, but I don't usually use my moniker. But how can I help you?
Two things.
Sure.
The first of which is you have been invited to dinner the day after tomorrow
Okay.
by the humble civilians of Cairn Coast Village.
Okay.
And then thing number two. Is that your friend? And she
I assume
points
she's
back at
pointing
Corbin.
at Corbin. Yes. Do
She
you
says,
know him?
"You come here." And she says, "1 second." And she kind of like pulls Corbin aside for a second and just like talks to him for a moment and then turns back. And Corbin kind of just like listens, and then like you kind of watch his face, like this like flush like creep up his face, and then the color drain from it. And he kind of just starts doing the anxious hands that you know to be his anxious hands, just kind of like at his side. And then he Corbin kind of is like, "Yeah, uh-huh. Okay." Mm.
Care to share with the class?
Nakia thought that it would be better that you heard it from a friend.
Mm-hmm. And that would be?
That she witnessed the passing of young monarch Misha Osterov.
And I think that Kalen, because he had already put things together from the information he got from Mirafel, is able to keep a more like calm and collected approach. And he just says, "And what is it exactly that makes you think it was the young monarch?"
I mean, I don't have to prove myself to you. I came here as a favor, and I only had to say the dinner part, and I thought it would be nice and say the other part, but I hated it, and that will be the last time I try to do something nice.
Hmm.
And then off in the distance, you hear, "Kia, are you done yet?" And you see there's this half-orc pirate-looking motherfucker just kind of kicked back on a tree, arms crossed, a couple of yards away.
Okay, I'm sorry. You said "Key, are you done yet?" or like Kia, like Nakia?
Kia, like, oh yeah, it's
Kia,
gonna
like
get real
Nakia. Okay.
confusing real fast.
Great. I love the
Buckle your
confusion.
seatbelts.
I'm ready. Okay.
I couldn't think of a single other better nickname that would have saved us that pain, so I committed to the bit.
Okay.
Knackers didn't make the cut, okay?
Knackers.
The only other thing I had.
Oh my god. All right. And is there a chance Kaylin would recognize?
Hmm. Roll a persuasion check.
32.
There was a day once where you sat at the docks of Kurthis with an acquaintance who sat next to you and pointed out all of the ships that were coming to and from the harbor. He explained to you, see, there, you know this, Caitlin knew this, there's 3 agriculture ships that fly close to Kurthis to transport agriculture to and from. And on this day, your acquaintance explained to you that while there are agriculturists who come to and fro, that is also the disguise that many of the fretzmen of Acramon Greater use as well. And on that day, Emeloth's form was pointed out to you.
And so I would know her name.
Hmm?
Or just her form.
No, just you would know the form and that it's a ne'er-do-well.
Okay. So I would say to Nakia, oh, is that your friend?
Yeah.
She looks familiar. What are y'all up to?
What are you up to?
I am trying to just
Make
keep
friends? I'm not interested.
I think I make a good friend.
Was it your tenacity, your willingness to insert yourself into other people's lives?
I think I do so from coming from with a good heart and good intentions.
You.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't seem like something you'd be interested in. But yeah, so what have y'all been up to?
What do you mean, what have I been up to?
Well, you have come to tell me about dinner.
Yes, a dinner invitation that I've been asked to give.
Mm-hmm. And who does that invitation come from?
Valyria?
Mm-hmm. And so he would then immediately put that together, Valyria being Gideon's mom. And so he'd say, oh, okay. So are you related to Valyria?
I think like Nakia just like fucking short circuits for a second. And he goes, you are so intrusive. I swear. Earthinians are all the same.
I'll take that as a yes. Great. So that must mean that and I met your little sister the other day, Marifel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But don't you have another sister, don't you?
Sure.
Sure. And so she was with Misha. So have you seen Gideon?
Yes. What is it to you?
I haven't heard from anybody. Corvin has been trying to get in touch with Gideon. Is she okay?
Okay. Have you considered that you are not cool enough to hang out? Maybe people are just not answering your calls? Or do they have to because you have like a fancy crown or something?
Well, let's back it up and say that I've just said that Corvin has tried to get in touch with her. You see, so it's not me, it's Corvin. And I do happen to know that Gideon and Corvin are good friends. So I would expect that she
I
would
didn't
answer
hear her
him, and
mention
yet-
you. Because, oh, cool.
And so what exactly were you doing when you saw Gideon and Misha?
I don't know. Plotting your demise.
Well, if you're
Robbing a
plotting my
bank.
demise, robbing a bank, so okay. And why doesn't your friend want to come and chat with us?
Emeloth?
Yeah.
Because they're not doing a favor. I am.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming to tell me about dinner.
The invitation is specifically for you and Alan. Sounds like it shouldn't be a real name, but whatever.
Oh, okay. This is coming from somebody named, I'm sorry, what, Nakia? Okay. Right. Alrighty then. So will you be there at the dinner party?
Yes. I don't like
Off be
cooking.
joining us?
I'm sure.
Great. I will see you there.
Finally. My condolences, or whatever. And she stops. And then she turns around and goes, have you, like, been around here for very long?
Long enough.
Have you heard mentions of an artifact heading north?
An artifact. What kind of artifact?
Hold on. And she kind of like it's like she just kind of, she winces in pain and she grips the back of her head for a second.
Can I do an insight
And her
check?
eyes, sure. Her eyes kind of close for a long moment as she tries to have a normal one.
Okay. Oof. That's a nat 1, but a plus 11. But I think I'm gonna use one of my inspo to reroll that.
Okay, let's see it.
All right, 26.
What the fuck? Okay. Jesus. All right. Yeah, with a 26, you can see that she is in a considerable amount of pain of magic origin. And she just winces for a moment before she straightens up and goes, "Wait, I just have an offer to make you, and then I have to leave."
Okay, sorry, just give me one quick moment here.
Oh, sure.
So I can check a little something.
A little something. That's terrifying.
Yeah, so I would like to cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
As I can do so at will without expending a spell slot.
Yes, you can. I will send you a message that has that information shortly. There is indeed magic. It seems to be a long-lasting enchantment of some kind that is, for better or worse, fused with her being. You also realize that this angry little teen is radiating divine magic.
So I would say, are you okay? You looked like you were in a bit of pain there.
I'm fine. I just said I had an offer. How about you pay attention to that?
Well, I do like to make sure that people are doing well. Are you sure you don't want to get checked out?
I love an empath. Do you want to hear my offer or not?
What's your offer?
I have access to a host of resources that you seem. This doesn't look like a choice. I'm looking for information about the arcanic deck cards. You give me information that leads to a single one of them, I'll make sure that every single person in this petty little town of yours eats for a year.
And at that point, would Kalen recognize like the arcanic deck cards because because he knows he has one.
And I think then you can like look to her belt and be like, "Oh, okay."
Okay. And what is it you seek to do with the arcanic deck cards?
Oh my god. Okay. You are a lot. I'm going. Ah, God. Okay. Why are you here?
Had to leave Kurthus, and the ship wouldn't take us very far, so here we landed.
Okay, but you're not safe here.
Is anyone safe here?
Yes.
Who's safe here?
People who don't like you. And
So
that's
as
the
long
only
as
warning
they-
I will give. Listen, I feel really bad about the whole temple thing. And so because I feel really bad about
Temple
it,
thing?
that's the one thing you get. My genuine, maybe just go. Okay?
Me specifically.
Yes.
Now, if I left,
Okay.
would the rest of the people from the weeds be safe?
I don't know. I'm not their mom. Bye. And she just kind of rolls her eyes and heads off. And then Corbin goes, I really love how ominous that was. That was my favorite part.
Thank you for your. I
No,
appreciate that.
I just
Corbin.
remembered my favorite part is when a person I don't know told me that one of my best friends didn't mention me at all.
Well, given
Thank
what I
God
know,
you're going on this walk with me so that I can walk it off.
based on what I know from the situation, it seems like Nakia probably doesn't have a very good relationship with Gideon. So I wouldn't take it personally.
Someone with a bad relationship with their siblings, a first.
Do you have siblings, Corvin?
No, I have the privilege of an
Well,
only
then
child.
I guess you wouldn't understand.
Yes, very bad at sharing toys. Anyways, are we walking or are you leaving me to die?
I think, well, has Mel mentioned how long this walk is going to be?
You're doing a half-mile radius around the entire thing.
Sure. And so explain it to me like I'm 5.
Half-mile radius around the whole thing. I'll draw it for you on break.
How long is the, okay. But so would he have enough time to make the walk around and then still be able to go to the dinner?
The dinner is in 2 days, so you should be good.
All right. So yeah. All right, Corvin, let's go.
Thank you. Oh my god. I had to beg for friendship down here in the wretched, wretched wilds.
Just be happy you're down here and not facing the void ghouls in Kurthis.
And
Yeah.
he just kind of sobers up. He's like, yeah, whatever. Let's just go. And you two set off to meet up with Niav and Mel. With that, I'm going to go ahead and call us on our break because we have some dice to give away. Is that correct? I think so.
Yes, it is. We're going to be giving away a $25 gift card to our sponsor, Die Hard Dice, which, if you recall, we just released a collaboration of PC color palette bundles, feature a ton of really cool dice, beautiful dice bags, and a free sticker with some exciting Kurthis art. So, yeah, definitely stick around for that. And Mods will be handling that giveaway, so just pay attention to chat. We'll see y'all soon.
Welcome back, Godslayers. I hope you've been looking over your character sheets, learning all your feats, abilities. You've leveled up quite a bit. Some of you have even multi-classed, so we've got a lot of exciting things to look forward to. Chat, I hope you've been similarly doing the same, preparing for any and all eventualities, like needing to drink water. I hope you've done that for yourself as well. We'll head back in, and we head to the gently falling rain of the wilds. And by gently falling, I mean, ow, hey, wait a second. This rain is falling fast and hard. And a cold rain, when it's raining hard, it feels just like many pieces of just ice just hitting against your skin. But this rain is strangely hot. It feels alarmingly warm to the touch. Like every time it hits you, you feel like you've just gotten a little too close to a candle. Now, all of you are heading back toward where everyone else is. I need to know specifically before you get there to Chade, Lildrir, and Crovalone. Are you doing anything in particular? Are you readying anything in any particular way?
I'm not. Yeah.
Great. Perfect. Then we'll just hop right in. Can I get a perception check from both of you?
Yes, you can.
I will roll for Morrow.
That's a 4 for me.
Love that for you. Oh, a 5 for Morrow and a 10 for
No way. No.
Well. So, you're all heading back. It's in relative silence as you prepare to face the rest of your friends again. You're all heading along, and Winona, you are walking, and you swear for a second you feel just a small gust of air behind you.
I turn around really quickly.
Look around. It's just rain.
Did anybody else feel that?
What, the hot rain? Yeah.
Well, no. Like I could have sworn I felt like a. I don't know. Like, you know when you have like this feeling that something that's like was right behind you. Like I could have sworn I felt like a gust of like something behind me.
I guess this probably wouldn't trigger anything in my like wilds notes I read since I rolled so bad on perception.
Oh, survival check.
Okay. Oh, that'll hopefully, God, be better.
Can I also do that?
Sure. Okay. 14.
One moment. My computer is sick.
Not a sickness.
The blight?
Just a little. Just the blight.
A tiny blight.
14?
Hey,
Oh my gosh.
Twinsies.
14 twins. There's a whole host of things that could do that. There is the 10-foot tall invisible Fey cat of the wilds that eats people's heads and leaves the lower portion of their body to roam as specters across the fields of the wilds. Gosh, there are little mite fairies who will feel like that, and they grow colonies on your backs. There's oh my gosh, there's rain men who stalk only in the rain, only to come and jump on top of you. But there's also void ghouls who love strong emotions and is drawn to big events like, say, a crash of an airship. And while it would be rare to see a void ghoul out here, they are known to roam.
I think Winona's gonna pull out her axe and just have it on her just in case. Like in her hand, and try not to freak out and keep walking.
Is it overreacting if I cast True Sight? Because I'm scared. And I don't want to die. Yeah, I got True Sight when I leveled up, by the way.
Ooh.
By the way, I got True Sight. Because I know you.
All right. Okay. That's the kind of heat we're bringing into season 3. I will accept it.
Okay.
True Sight.
I can read the spell.
I would love that. Sorry, I was looking it up. But go ahead and tell us about him.
This spell gives the willing creature you touch, which would be me, the ability to see things as they actually are. For the duration, the creature has True Sight, notices secret doors hidden by magic, and can see into the ethereal plane, all out of a range of 120 feet, and it lasts an hour.
Yes. Well, go ahead and roll a perception check with advantage.
Okay. And I think as Gideon casts a spell on themselves, their eyes are just glowing gold through the rain.
Ooh.
This like incredibly, like actively bright, radiant color. All right. 1 perception, 9. Great.
11, actually, so really good.
Okay, yeah. And a 19.
Ooh.
Gideon Osmond, your eyes flare, and you begin to survey the land around you. And it's actually so conveniently, just as you begin to cross this bridge right over here to get close to your friends, you're all hanging out over here. You can see the rest of them seem to be kind of huddled underneath this tree over here from the rain, trying to do their best to stay as dry as possible in this terrifying, terrifying little place. And then the Felidar is just still vibing out in the open. And just as you go to cross this simple wooden bridge over this creek that should be long dry, you see just kind of hanging out of it, just kind of flitting in between the drops, this hovering, rainy form. It looks like the absence of rain. Just nothing quite falling on it to create the perfect outline of an 8-foot tall, ghoulish creature with incredibly sharp teeth. And it's just kind of wavering back and forth, a hungry grin on its face.
Fuck that. Yeah, I throw an arm out and like stop the group.
What the fuck is that?
You can't see it yet, Winona.
Oh, okay. I feel nothing.
I think like Gideon tries to be like, it's there. It's like between, it's like a figure in the rain, but the rain doesn't touch it. It's I think it's. Would I know that it's a Rain Man probably out of like all of the things I thought of, or just
I
like
think now you know.
something? Yeah.
You know that this is a dangerous monster, cruel and vicious hunter. Only takes form in the rain. Cannot survive out of water. Hides, surprises its victims. Very strong and tends to drown its victims.
Horrifying.
Do you know that you probably have a long time, as your reign has just started, and it likes to stalk its victims for hours before attacking?
Oh, comforting. Okay, yeah, I relay that to the group, and I like gesture to where it is on the bridge.
Do you do it quietly, or do you say it? Okay.
Yeah, I'm whispering like as much as I can.
Okay.
And it's between us and our friends, right?
No, it's actually just like let me just put a little let's put just a little guy right here.
Oh,
Okay. Well, but should we kill it or just like let it? I can only see it for the next hour, so I don't. After that,
it stalks us until it's ready, right?
Yeah, which might be a while. But I don't know if I want to just like vibe until it chooses to engage.
Just give me the word and I will draw my blade.
It's so hot. Okay, should we get the others to help?
No, I don't think I need Shade's help.
Fair. He's doing his best. Okay. Winona, what do you think?
Right now? Mara says she looks over to a fully weeping Shade sitting under the tree.
No, it's just the rain. No, I bet it's just the rain.
Strong lad. Seriously.
He's doing his best.
Doing his best.
Winona, what do you think? Should we?
Oh goodness. It's fucked one way, fucked the other, right? I mean, like, we can figure out what we want to do and then attack, or we could just take care of it right now. I mean, honestly, I kind of vibe with you. I kind of don't want to. I don't think we should hang around with it a little too long.
Yeah, let's fuck it before it fucks us. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's kill it. So I guess like we start like casually getting in like battle formation, but playing it cool.
Do you warn your friends? Do you warn your companions over there? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So are you all heading over there?
I'll just go over and I guess give them a quick warning before we just like, since we clearly, you know.
As you go to head to the group, Morrow just kind of takes station in between the rest of the group and the creature. And the Felidar comes to stand right next to Morrow.
Oh,
Yep.
that's cute.
Sweet little felly.
Hey, Gideon. Hey.
Rough rain, huh, bud?
Yes, yeah. When's the rain gonna let up?
Gonna be okay?
What do you mean? Are you gonna be okay?
Yes.
I'm really glad you're gonna be okay.
Oh my god.
We're all gonna be okay, Jade. Look,
Huh?
I'm gonna give you a hug. Come here.
Just Charles would always tell me that if we got lost in the wilds, he would live and I would die.
That's so mean, Jade.
He's like 13.
Jade.
You let your 13-year-old brother bully you like that?
Jade,
What
listen.
did I do instead?
Jade, listen. If there's anything that we are going to, we're going to teach you how to fight and be even stronger than you are. Okay? You gotta trust us. All right?
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I trust you guys implicitly, and I'm sorry if that I did not state that clearly enough.
Oh, no, listen.
You have my
Okay.
implicit trust, and we haven't needed to do a single trust fall.
Gideon, do you want to break it to him, or should I?
Yeah.
You guys don't want to do trust falls?
No, we can do trust falls, but we have a priority list.
Okay. Yeah, no, like
Top-
we're like getting together, we're like figuring it out. Let's go.
So top priority, Brian's gone there with Anpara. We are going to make our way there. Unfortunately, before we
I'm
can
sorry.
do that,
What?
I talked to Anpara on a cell phone. We will unpack it later. But there is a Rain Man nearby. I don't know if he studied that. We're gonna kill it, and you don't even have to do anything, Trade. You can just vibe in the back, and it's gonna be okay. And then we text Anpara, and we'll talk about that later. We're gonna go to his house, and it's gonna be great. It's okay.
Breathe, hey, breathe.
If either of you would like to try and calm Chade and roll a persuasion check, you may.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
We must calm the boy.
A 21? All right. Tell me how you get it done.
I think kind of like I was doing with Winona earlier, Gideon like collapsed their hands on Chade's shoulders and like steadies him and goes, Chade, I am not going to let you die out here. Okay?
And I promise not to let you die out here.
Thank you. Smack him on the shoulder. Reassuring.
Okay, so how fast are we running away?
We're gonna kill it.
What?
Because the things out here in the wild should be scared of us, not us of them.
Exactly.
Gideon trying to be brave.
Oh. That's... But Kurthus was built because we had to be afraid of them.
Well, we're not on Kurthus anymore. We gotta adapt.
Which means I should be afraid.
Maybe a healthy fear is always good. But right now we have to swallow the fear and kill. So
Swallow your healthy fear and kill. Got it.
yes, that's my healthy, well-adjusted advice. Swallow your fear and kill.
Swallow my fear and kill. All right.
Yes.
Yes.
What am I killing with?
You just get to vibe in the back. and if,
Yeah, nothing today.
Oh,
if you want to
Kill
fling a
your
spell
fear.
from afar, yeah, kill your fear.
oh, okay.
Or healing spells. Those are helpful.
Sure. Okay, yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, I would stay away from the creature and let us handle it. And then, actually, that's extremely helpful to have a healer in the group. So that's kind of wild. Thank you, Chade. Chade.
That would be a shame if you didn't have a healer around, Maro says from 6 feet behind you.
No one else in the group can do this, Chade, so we really need you.
Yeah, it's up to you, Chade. We don't even have
And Mara
bandages out
means it.
here. Yeah, I get stabbed real easy, Chade. You gotta be ready. He's like, okay.
Okay. So you just stay safe.
And then
we'll
Leolger
handle it.
finally speaks up and goes, how can I lend my blade?
Just stay alive and try and get a hit in if you can.
I think I can get a hit in. Yeah.
I'm sure you could kick my ass, frankly. So I don't know. I just don't want anyone to
Find
die.
out.
Was that the
What?
was that what?
Are you mad at me, or is that? Sure. No. Maybe later. Gideon says nervously, and just kind of like turns around. Because Wildre brought very sweet energy, and that was a little different. I'm not mad at.
Yeah, she seems to be like getting into like battle mentality. It's very distinct shift in character.
I respect it. How's Crovalon looking?
He's just sitting at the base of the tree. He's kind of vibing. Says, all right, let me know if you need skeletons.
Thank God. Thank you, Cribbalone.
You're welcome.
All right. I guess let's do this. Winona, you got any prep before we try and slay a creature?
I mean, I've got my axe. I've got this weird magic that is now baked into my skin, I guess. I'm honestly a little nervous, but I am going to do what I do best and just swing the damn thing, I guess.
And if things break bad, there's no shame in running. All right.
Exactly.
Morrow,
Yeah.
you good?
Great. I just and then Morrow kind of leans close so only you can hear her and says, I just have a single request.
Yeah.
I want you to promise me that if things get bad out here, you take the invitation, you leave, and I promise I will find you.
I don't want to leave you out here, Morrow.
That's what I want. I want you to promise me that you'll go if it gets too dangerous.
Okay. Okay. We won't have to, but I promise.
Same applies to Winona. She's a new member of Hawkmongress. She gets out first. Grovelon and I would be the first to stay. Lildra can do whatever she wants, and frankly, no one can ensure Chade's longevity except for Chade. So,
Shade's my responsibility. I can't.
You can damn
I
sure
know
try.
it seems weird. Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't sign up for this.
no, none of us do. Let's do this. She pulls the long sword off her back.
Ooh. Hell yeah.
So what is your plan?
I think if there's like a good position we can get in that you can think of, Kita, we can do that. I don't know. I would probably try and stay away from the river if we can, but I know you have to get up close, so.
That's fair. I was gonna say that maybe we could kind of like try to get on all sides. There's gonna be 4 of us fighting.
Yeah. I think
Like
that's
maybe,
a good idea.
yeah,
Like surround it.
yeah, kind of. So I can go.
If
Like-
you would subtly like to arrange yourselves in an arrangement around it, I will need you to roll a stealth check.
Okay.
Okay.
He's good. Fuck.
An 18. Can I give Winona the help action by like helping her position since I can see it, or is that is that too much?
Fuck. Hold on. Let me look.
I don't know if that works. I'm just trying to help. It's so bad.
Doing an action in combat, but it's a friendly creature and attacking. Blah, 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 blah. Sure. Tell me how you do it.
I think like as Winona is like stepping into a position, getting like shakes her head and just kind of like subtly tilts it one way and pretends they're like brushing their hair to sort of get her to go in a different direction that is better oriented with where it is. And tries to play it off as like a hair flip in the rain.
All right. So you slowly arrange yourselves into position. And what does the so you've told Morrow to get in there. You've told Chade to fight his fear while you guys do this.
And help with like a
And-
healing spell if someone needs it.
and heal.
Yes.
You've said you've told Crovalone you will call for his assistance if you need it,
Mhm.
and Lealdrir is fighting alongside you.
Yeah, but if she gets hurt, she should prioritize her own safety. Like,
Gotcha.
help
Okay.
help if possible, but don't get killed.
Perfect. Well, Gideon, you cross the bridge and head into the torn fields where one of the wings from your airship lays defunct. You get closer to it, pretending like you're inspecting it, right?
Mhm.
Looking for the proposed longevity of your ship. As all of you subtly get into the right location. What does your signal for go look like?
I think just nodding at Morrow.
I'll get
As
the
our,
first
like,
shot.
I think of Morrow as like or Winona. I'm like, who are the two strongest people? It's Winona and Morrow. So whoever gets like the nod.
Yeah, I think you nod to Morrow. Morrow looks back at you for a second and then looks to Winona. And it is with the glimmer in the eye of someone who is appraising a new guild member. And gives you a nod like, let's see it.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
With that,
That's no pressure at all.
Winona, you're going to get to start, but I would like
Okay.
everyone to roll initiative.
But do I still roll initiative anyway?
Yeah, please roll initiative.
Okay. Help, where is it?
I know, I always lose it on the sheet. Like a goof. It's somewhere.
Under Dex.
Nice.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
21?
Yeah.
7.
Okay.
Woo!
Wow. Let me roll for Morrow. Okay. 13. All right. And then I will just do this for, I know it's going to say Morrow. It's not. Oh, 17. Okay. Don't mind if I do. And then Lealdrir, let's see how you're doing. Lealdrir, that is a natural one.
Oh,
Okay.
No!
All right. So, Winona, you've been nodded to. You've been told to line up the shot. You can see this little creature kind of just flitting about in the rain. As you guys have kind of like been able to notice it and watch it, it seems to be watching Winona in particular.
Cool. So I am okay. Wait. There is an order in which we do combat things.
Yes, there is.
So I am going to try to get a little closer. How far away am I from it?
You are 10 feet away.
XC. Okay. Cool. So hold on. There's something I think that I can do. I'm gonna read something really quick. So cool. So I'm gonna go into rage. And I am going to do an instinctual pounce. Instinctive pounce?
Okay.
Yeah. So
I would like to hear it.
I am just going. I'm just going to, I guess, essentially push myself off of the ground with my little ringy sneakers.
Ooh.
And I am going to whip out my axe at the same time. And I am going to try to. So wait, I can move. 40. Sick.
Yeah.
So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to like jump into the air essentially and try to get a good look, like to see if there's a place from up top that at least I can like come down on it. And I think I'm just gonna fucking just try to like take my axe like straight down the middle
Sure.
of its head.
Let's go. Yeah, I think it's just, it seems so amorphous a blob that you're like, all right, might as well slice it in half.
Yeah. And then I remember how to play D&D.
I know it's the first time back. Welcome back, everyone.
I remember what to click.
Everyone does, of course. Everyone remembers clicking.
I'm gonna do this one. I think that's right. Not a dirty 20.
Fuck yes, Winona. Yeah.
Okay.
We
The
have
hell?
murdered already a creature in the wilds together. Let's hope this is the second one.
All right, that hits. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Sick. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a good old one of these. A 10.
10 damage?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And then I get an extra attack.
An extra attack?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Let's go, gamer.
And then, I don't remember what I'm doing. This one I'm just rereading because reading knowledge is power.
So true.
And so I'm gonna just extra attack again. And so I think I kind of cut the blob in half. I'm going to assume I just go from top to bottom. And then since I don't really know where its weak spots are, I think I'm just gonna make a little
Vivisected?
yeah. Just kind of like it's fucked up. But hey, I think I'm just gonna like pull my blade out and then go like horizontally, just quarter it essentially.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you bring your first blade down and you like slice into the top of its head and you literally watch like its like semi corporeal like eyes and mouth just move slightly down or further on its body before it turns around to face you. Just like without its form moving, its eyes just turn to see what you're up to. And as you do that, you've brought your blade down, and you kind of watch as just like this like waterfall just kind of springs out and falls into the ravine below it.
Ew.
Let's go for your second attack.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna so wait, what does it currently look like in front of me if half of it's going into the ravine?
It's just like sloughed off a little bit of wet.
Oh, okay, cool. So I'm gonna continue. Just okay. All right. Please, God. An 18. Okay, cool.
18 hits.
All right, let's do it. Okay.
All right, let's roll that damage.
Rolling that damage. A 13.
Oh my God, 23 points of damage. Damn.
And I can cast something right before I end my turn?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Cool.
Yes. Have you entered rage, by the way?
I have.
Okay. When you are raging, you cannot cast spells,
Okay.
I believe.
Good to know.
So you bring down and then you vivisect it at its side. And you actually watch like more of it like gush out of its side. But actually you notice that one of its eyes gets kind of like caught in it and falls into the ravine as well. So now it's just one eye and a mouth.
Okay.
But you'll notice so then after that point, it's turn. Sorry, it's not a skull spirit. Don't be afraid. It's just the Rain Man. So with that, it kind of bobs at you, Winona, for just a second. Its body kind of just hitting the rain as it shifts back and forth And then you are within 10 feet of it, so please make a strength saving throw.
Okay.
So I think you get advantage on maybe or something like that because of your rage.
Let me double check.
Advantages on strength checks and strength saving throws. Congrats, bestie. So roll with advantage.
Hell yeah. Cool.
You are looking to beat a 16.
Well, 16 plus 8.
Hell yes! Yes, that's it.
24.
Perfect. All right. So that means that you are going to take half damage. Okay. So you watch it kind of bob for a bit, and then just like after one of its bobs, it just like its form thins. It just goes very narrow, but then it gets very encompassing, and it swallows you.
Ugh.
And you go to rest your body away as you begin to choke on the water that has all enveloped you. In your attempt to get away, you do take no, not Morrow. Morrow's not damaging you. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
You take an additional half of 11. You take 5 damage as you manage to pull away from the encompassing. And Gideon, you actually see this as it happens, right? This like just the swallowing of Winona briefly, as she just rips her body back away. And with that, then the sweet little Rainman is just going to try and slam its brute force into you. And that is a 16. Does a 16 hit?
Hit me?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool.
That is my AC.
Oh, cool. Hit meets it, beats it, as the youths would say.
There we go.
All right. Okay. That is 16 damage as you just get bumped. It is though bludgeoning damage, which I believe you have because you are in range. Congrats on being a barbarian. That's pretty rad. So you are only going to take half 8 damage.
8 damage?
Yep.
Okay. I can do math.
And with that, Morrow starts after like having stood back for a moment to kind of watch how this is going. And if you take a moment to glance away to look at Morrow, which is a terrible idea in battle, I don't recommend it. But if you did do it, you would see just like this glimmer of of joy and acceptance and like family, because Hawkmongress is so important to her. Right. And she has this just kind of glimmer of just like pure joy, which is a wild thing to feel in the middle of the wilds next to a crashed ship, before she just goes in with her longsword. Actually, yeah, no, that's what she's gonna do. Okay. So then she just starts like building speed as she runs up, and she basically runs up onto this bridge and then just literally like jumps off of it and comes down. And that against this little guy is a plus 10. Jesus Christ, Morrow. Okay. So that is a 27 to hit. So Morrow will do that. And then a okay. Okay. So the first damage block is 8 points of damage, and then the second damage block is
Oh my god.
yeah, 24 fire damage. As just as it goes to hit, flames light up alongside her blade. Comes down, and we watch just like half of the mouth get carved out from this and just slough off into the river and get carried away. But it continues. It's even though it's shorter to the ground now, it continues to bounce around. Gideon?
Yay, it's my turn. That was so powerful. I have to follow up with something equally powerful. So
Sure.
I'm going to cast Crown of Stars. It's a new spell I have. So I'll read it out for you. 7 star-like motes of light appear and orbit your head until the spell ends, and you can use a bonus action to shoot them at something 120 feet away. On a hit, it takes 4d12 radiant damage. And also, it sheds a bright light within a 30-feet radius when it hits.
Ooh.
I think we see these like golden stars just start radiating or like rotating around Gideon's head like a little crown. And it's kind of like their old like meteor spell. But in my head, I imagine it's like gotten stronger. This is like the cooler version.
Right.
Now
I
that
love
they're
that,
getting a better hold of their magic. So I'm gonna roll to hit. One moment. Please God. Does a nat 20 hit you? Does that hit?
It is a hit. I do believe you get to roll double damage dice.
Yeah, so I'll roll 8 d12s.
Holy shit.
Let's see. Do I add my spell attack bonus when I attack with the damage? No, right? You do? Oh, okay. Owie. Okay.
I'm sorry. That's just a hit.
Oh, but yeah, it's just a hit, so I won't add because that would be
I
kind of
misheard
wild.
your question and lied to you unintentionally, but I do love you.
It's like that would be so strong. Okay.
Life is so scary.
Wow. 47? Does 47 damage do anything to the creature?
Yeah, I think it would kill it.
Yes! Oh my god.
Go ahead and tell me what that looks like.
I think as like this isn't actually how the spell works, but for sauce, I'll just say that like Gideon like fires all of the stars at once. And they like go into the water and like sink into it, and you see them like glowing from within the creature. So you can start seeing its form light up, and then they begin glowing brighter and brighter until I imagine they literally explode it from within. And it creates this incredibly bright light that then turns into this black hole that sucks all of the water and all of the light into a little orb that then disappears into nothing.
Yeah, this vacuum like dries the lake, dries the entire ravine. And for a second, you watch the rain fall. But after it gets to a certain point, about 20 feet in the air, it just evaporates. Much like the hot spring. And Winona, what is your reaction as you see this happen?
I am fucking shook. I'm just like, I want to fucking learn how to do that shit. Gideon's so goddamn cool. And I try to yell that to them. I'll just be like, Gideon, you're so cool. What the hell?
I think Gideon has the face of someone who was like shocked and did not mean to go that hard. Like you see, she's like breathing really hard, and her eyes are like still glowing from the true sight, and she like looks like that was like a lot for her, and she just kind of like nods frantically to like say thank you, like that was cool. Having accidentally like done the whole spell all at once to blow up the creature. Yeah, and then I think I'm gonna stagger towards you.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a perception check for me, Gideon.
Okay. I'm scared. Oh my god. Perception. 14?
You are like riding the high of about a battle well fought, yeah. You can feel the rain start to lighten. And just as you are sitting and pondering your job incredibly well done, you look off across the other side of the airship wing that you had just came that you would just pretended to examine. And you see that with excited eyes, perhaps drawn in by a flash of light, is just this white rabbit. Big eyes.
This isn't the same rabbit that Valpine had at Luso's crater, is it?
Looks pretty familiar.
Bunny? Gideon just calls out to it. Bunny?
It puts one little paw on the airship wing to move forward.
Can I roll an insight check to see if it wants to murder me or if it's like
That would be an animal handling check, bestie.
animal handling?
Yes.
Okay. 7, it's so cute. Oh my god, it's so cute.
It's so fucking cute. It's so fucking cute.
I think I like look back at Winona and Mara and I go, it's Bunny. It's the it's Valpine's, like pointing over to it in the rain as I'm not moving away from it and I fully turn my back to it and go, oh my god, you guys, it's Bunny.
It takes like a few steps a little bit closer to Gideon.
Can I also either roll a perception or animal handling check?
I'm gonna roll an animal handling check.
Animal handling?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh my god.
He's good.
No.
Yeah, 22.
No.
22.
No. Nope.
22.
Nope. Yeah.
22.
You know. No.
Oh,
no.
okay.
No.
I thought you were denying me my roll.
Absolutely not.
Sorry.
No. You are both, and you know, without a shadow of a doubt, no. That you roll a history check for me.
Okay.
Oh my god, it looks so soft.
13?
13?
Can I use a luck point? Is that high enough, or should I use a luck point?
I think you could use a luck point here.
Okay. 14.
That was more towards what I was thinking, so there you go.
Cool.
This, you are pretty sure, is a monster from the Stargaze Grimoire. In that there are many of these tiny little rabbits, and they all share a collective consciousness. And that collective consciousness is very devouring forward.
Hey,
And just getting closer to Gideon.
Hey, Gideon.
Yeah,
Come
man.
here. Come here.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Kind of like hops along like it's gonna come. Just like,
Is it my turn?
yeah, we're out of combat.
Oh my god. What are we gonna name it?
Gideon, I'm locked. I can't even move between you and the bunny. I am Winona is going to just skirt her way between Gideon and the bun.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you
Oh
just
no.
kind of move. Let me see
Is
if
it
Maro knows anything about this. Hold on.
It's so cute though.
It is really
It's
cute. Like, you
little
should consider that.
heart.
Like, maybe you could. Nope, Maro
No!
doesn't know jack shit.
Question.
Yeah.
Question. We're out of combat, right? Which means I'm
Yeah,
out
you're
of
out of combat.
range.
Yeah.
Cool. Would speak with the animals work on this bunny?
Please.
Not, I've got something else in my pocket. My eyes won't check.
You can communicate with
God,
you
this
can
elf.
communicate with beasts with speak with animals.
Okay. Can I use speak with animals?
Yeah, no, I think you should talk to this thing.
Okay.
But before you do, we're going to move on for a moment. All right. At this point now, we move to Current, who is standing in a throne room with just one other person. And that is none other than Rosalind Brossimir, who you can see is fully wearing one of Monarch's crowns.
Cool. I was going to ask that.
And I'm happy to answer it, Current. You know me. So yeah, you just watched her take this. Oops, accidentally took Maro to the throne room with me. You're not here. Okay. Yeah, you just watched her hurl an acorn off to the side. That seemed to have previously been a letter. How are you feeling?
Different. Rosalind, where's Ula? And
Oh, funny. Ula left right after Zephyr, what was it? Oh, started a civil war.
oh, that wasn't quite the answer I was expecting.
I hope it was the answer you were hoping for.
And you decided to fill in their absence?
Well, they left me a letter saying that they were putting me in charge. I was happy to oblige.
That you and I both know that that wasn't Ula's to give.
Wasn't it?
No.
Funny, because I seem to recall them possessing the exact power of state required to pass that buck. Because the ruler of our sovereignty and their plucky new daughter decided to go on a little day trip.
I have no idea what happened in that heart. You have no
Oh,
idea why we went in there.
I'm sorry, are you asking me to care about you? Because I did not see the same offer extended to me.
Rosalind, I don't know if you mistook me being honest and straightforward with a lack of care for you. It is not because I don't care for you. Rosalind, I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight.
I was thinking the same thing. I think that it would be quite fair. Actually, before I say that, where's Monarch?
I don't know.
You know, I think it's really funny you don't know. Because the Blossom Bone Enclave, we've noticed this little pattern. 2 people go into the heart, 1 person comes out.
I can't blame you for how it looks. I know it looks bad.
It looks like I could have you arrested for high treason right now.
Rosalind, Monarch never went into that heart with me. I walked in and Monarch was gone.
A convenient excuse for regicide.
What reason would I have to kill the family that I've been searching for my entire life?
Because you've been handed the entire power of a nation in what, 3 days here, Current?
I think
It's
I wanted
pretty
that,
strange
Rosalind?
to me that this situation has happened and you've benefited utmost from it, and yet you claim every step an incident.
Rosalind, have you ever considered, just once, that maybe my point wasn't to be against you? That maybe I want the best for everybody here.
Want what's best for everyone here. You can have 2 hours to get out of the core.
Or what? Or what, Rosalind? You're gonna fight me? You're gonna
I
kill
don't have
me?
to fight you. Turns out, I don't have to get my hands dirty anymore.
Rosalind, what do you want? I mean, with this power that you've come into, what do you want with it?
I will, first and foremost, reunite the 4 elemental enclaves. I will demand that Vaporath reopen their ports, and we will, for the first time in what feels like an eon, open ourselves up to Greater Akramon and reintroduce ourselves to the world.
I know you mentioned that you didn't care, but do you want to know what I want?
What has you so wanting, Current?
The same thing you want. You think that because I walked in and found out that I had family, that I had blood here, that meant that I was going to automatically side with what they wanted? You think that I was going from place to place and fighting off a whole monster because I was just going to take the side of whoever came along and said, "Oh, Current, we've missed you. We're so glad we've met you." It's not what I wanted. I wanted what was fair. And you know what sounded really unfair to me? Closing off this amazing place. Closing off an entire world. For what? Fear? Not wanting to share? See, Rosalind, I don't think we're so different. I want the same. I don't want to fight over the crown. I want us to coexist with it. I want you to help me, Rosalind.
You do not coexist with a crown. You either wear it or serve it. Either I will wear this crown, or you and I can shatter it.
Shatter it.
The most I would offer you is the seat on a council that is stacked full of people who have lived here their whole lives.
I don't think I'm willing to give up my birthright without a fight. So if all you can offer me is a small chair, a piece of what I've come to know, if you're just going to give me a breadcrumb of what my life could be, then I will fight for that right.
Spill blood for that, right?
I've spilled blood for less.
Rosalind stands up and takes 2 steps towards you. Pulls her axe out and drops it in front of you and goes, "Do it then."
I don't want to hurt you, Rosalind. I don't want to take your life because you are offering it up.
I've given you 3 options: exile, council, or blood. I'm happy anyway.
No. I make my own options here. And I think Current is going to cast Frostbite.
Oh my gosh. Okay, frostbite. Let's go.
It's a cantrip of mine, a new cantrip of mine.
Love a new cantrip.
You cause a numbing frost to form on one creature that you can see within range. The target must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the target takes 1d6 cold damage, and it has disadvantage on the next weapon attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn.
Okay. So sorry, I'm specific. Are you rolling or am I rolling?
You are rolling because it's. I think so. The target must make a Constitution saving throw.
Sorry, I was pulling up my sheet. Okay. Con save. Perfect. Just a 10. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay. I am 11th level, so that's 3d6. That's a 9.
All right, 9 damage. Tell me what it looks like as this happens.
Oh, I'm muted in Google Meets. I will fix that.
Surprise.
Current is going to take out the short sword.
Okay.
And is going to like kind of plunge it into the ground. And when that happens, you see kind of like, you know, when you have like a pond or a lake that's iced over and you see the ice start to crack, kind of like that, but it's not actually cracking. It's a mixture of ice and lightning.
Oh shit. Okay.
As it goes towards Rosalind, and I want it to specifically target Rosalind's right arm.
Interesting. Yeah, it crackles up and just goes right up and over her arm. And you hear her hiss in pain and then like straighten it out. And you just watch this like crystalline layer of ice just kind of snap off of the arm. And you see that there are like, when she did that, there are now fractures going up her arm of just where the skin was too frozen to like not shatter when she did that. And then she just says, "Oh, blood by magic is still blood on the floor." Uh-huh. And then what's going to happen next is that I'm going to need you to Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay.
God.
I can't see it yet. Oh, 24.
Okay, so you are not going to be pushed, and you're going to take half damage.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, shit, it's 2d8. You are going to take 5 damage as this thunderous crack, like, just emanates from Rosalind's body as she hits her chest once, and you see the fissure that is now underneath both of you. After the spell you cast just grow 4 inches wider.
Okay.
But you feel like this wave of like the force of like sound hit you. And you hear it, like you feel it, like pop your eardrums, and you can feel blood trickling down one of your ears.
And what kind of damage is that?
That is thunder damage.
I'm gonna use a reaction.
Okay.
I'm gonna use absorb elements
Okay.
to absorb some of that thunder and save it for later.
Perfect. So she's just told you that blood spilled by magic is still blood on the floor. What is your next action?
My next action is, can I roll a perception to see how intent Rosalind is on taking my life right now?
Yeah, you can roll an insight check.
Or insight, yes.
$12?
12.
You seem she's intent to get her way, but she doesn't care that you die about it.
Okay. Then I'm going to, since that was my action, right? So I'm going to use my bonus action to take on starry form.
Okay.
And while I'm doing that, I'm just going to say, Rosalind, we can do this together. Please don't make me do this. And when I take starry form, it looks like just you start to see kind of like a twinkle happening all throughout my body. It's just like twinkling little stars that get brighter and brighter until they create a really bright light. And then what's left is just void current with sparkling stars all over them. And since I am, current is a level 14 druid, which means that when I take starry form, I also take full of stars as a trait. So while I'm in starry form, I'm partially incorporeal, and I have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage.
Gotcha. Yeah, so you plead to her, you tell her you don't want it to look like this. And she just looks at you and shakes her head and says, "Don't you get it? I'm done serving." And she kicks the axe that is on the ground into her hand and then throws it as hard as she can into the already existing crack in the ground, which then goes and grows by about 15 feet.
Are we on opposite ends of this crack now?
Yep.
Okay.
And it's not wide, but it is going around the width of this throne room. And after she does that, you hear this groaning and creaking as two earth elementals claw themselves out of the existing earth and stone nearby and come to stand at her side.
Okay. I am. Let's see. So we are 15 feet apart from each other right now.
You are, 15 feet apart.
Okay. And for my starry form, I'm going to take on the Archer constellation. Not going to use it quite yet. I am going to respond to Roslyn and say, my intention is not for you or anybody to serve. And I am going to cast the I'm going to actually use my ice knife.
Okay.
And I want to hurl ice knife at one of the elementals.
Okay.
Roll for that. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out between roll 20 and
Oh, you're good. Oh yeah, you roll and roll 20. Makes sense. I'm gonna roll a DC 16 con save. No, dex save. Okay. Oh, on the elemental. Oh, the elementals have like a -1 to dex.
Okay, that
16.
is.
I believe that was a DC 16, so meets it, beats it. So I don't think it takes any cold damage, correct?
No cold damage, yeah.
So at that point, you watch one of your ice knives burst across. And she just kind of shakes her head, smiles a little bit, and says, you know what, Current? About an hour before you got here, 3 just unbelievably. I don't even know whether to use the word annoying, dastardly, clearly up to something, said, hey, you know that girl who just went into the core? Well, we're pretty sure she's going to leave alone. And we will give you 50,000 gold if you just let us take her. And I told them to fuck off. I should have let them grab you the moment you walked out of that heart. And with that, we now move to a much sweeter situation. Yes, this is true. We have been transported to quite the vacation spot. Of course, it is oh gosh, just absolutely crawling with flux, flora, fauna, bugs, small woodland animals. But if you ignored that part, why it almost feel kind of homey. Brian, you got just teleported instantly in a moment. And you blink once and find yourself inside this cozy looking little abode.
Which map am I going to?
You're
there
going
we go.
there right
There
now.
we go.
You've been
Thank you.
teleported. You're welcome. Don't you love to be teleported by me?
I just got so stressed by the last time when it didn't happen.
Sure. You get teleported to this pleasant little circular house that seems to have several floors to it. But the first thing you notice when you kind of snap out of it is that it's pleasant. What the fuck? It's this nice little circle cabin that has a fireplace crackling right nearby. Just a plethora of rugs and other just luxuries of comfort. You can see that just there's some tea that's been set in the fireplace that's just starting to boil. And there are so many windows in this pleasant little abode that just let the sunlight just pour right in.
Can I do an investigation check just to see if I want to take stock of all the windows and doors, and then also see if I see anything weird or out of place.
With an investigation check, I would need a specific intended result. Out of place.
Brian is trying to figure out if there is anything here that is meant to harm her or Ystira.
Okay, if you are looking for specifically harm, are you looking for magical harm? Are you looking for traps? Are you looking for creatures?
I think I would be looking more so for magical harm or traps than I would be for creatures.
Okay, if you'd like to look for traps, you may roll an investigation check. If you are looking for any sort of bamboozlement of the magic kind, you may roll an arcana check.
May I roll both?
Sure. As you start to do that, you go right to the windows.
20, dirty 20 on the investigation.
Okay. Yeah, so you start to go through the windows, you start to look at the floor, you start to look at all the things, right? And you're being very intent about it. But Ystira doesn't make a move to do anything of the like. You watch her kind of stroll over to the little counter and flip it up so that she can walk over to the fireplace that has the pot of tea on it. And she reaches in and she pulls it off and kind of sets it to the table next to her where this nice tea station set up, and she pulls 2 mugs from it down, sets them down, and just starts kind of preparing tea as you do all of this. Now, with a 20 and a 15, you have the feeling that this place is set up for Anpara's success. This house is surrounded by some sort of runic setup. There is a trap door leading to a basement of some kind, but it doesn't seem to be particularly hidden. And besides that, this place feels logistically completely sound. And I guess the sort of thought you walk away from it with is like, I mean, I fucking guess, why would a god need that?
This feels like a vacation home. Doesn't Anpara's entire life basically simulate a vacation?
Yeah. I think that's why he made Mirage City.
I think Brian will kind of walk over to Ystira at that point and then sort of reach for one of the teacups that she's poured. And then I think she sniffs it and takes a second to really take in all of the different scents that are coming from this particular brew. Because I get the impression that it's one that she probably hasn't had.
Probably not.
In a while, or if at all. And then she'll blow on the surface and take a sip.
Well, Constitution saving throw.
Oh, beautiful. Perfect. That's a 17.
Okay, so with that, it's a 17 on an 18. Okay, so it's an 18 to invade it entirely. With a 17, Brian, for the next 5 minutes, will have never been more sure in her life that everything is actually going to be fine.
Brian takes a sip of the tea and then looks at Ystia and says, honestly, it's kind of nice to just be able to take a little breather, you know? I feel like we have been through so much. It's nice to have a little break. Don't you agree? And then she'll take another sip.
Yeah. And I think I'm going to have Ystira do the same roll. Has Brian ever, like, fallen prone to any sort of potions, poison spells, etc.?
Oh, you know what? Is this a poison specifically?
It would more technically be a potion.
I have poison resistance as a halfling,
Right.
so I don't know that I have had that happen to me just because of that.
Gotcha. This is God's brew. It's real strong stuff. So, yeah, this is probably a first for Brian then. Probably feels a lot like the magic lessons that they had previously had. With that, Ystira takes a sip. Sorry, I'm pulling up her sheet because
You said it was called God's brew?
Stacked. You don't have a name for it. Okay, so she gets to roll with advantage, and she gets a +4. Okay, so she's fine. She takes a long sip of it, and then kind of considers it as she's swirling the mug around, and then looks over to you and says, "Oh, I mean, yeah, it is. It is nice."
I just feel like I've been fighting every damn second for years, and it's just, you know, and then I think Brian gives Ystira a genuinely earnest look, which I don't think is something that Ystira has seen from her since before she left Terrapine, and says, I'm so glad that we can be here together, Ystira. This is just really, really lovely.
I agree.
Are you okay? You seem a little off.
I mean, God, sometimes I thought the only thing Belle ever took pleasure in was the spirit of a good fight. Never thought you'd grow weary of it.
I don't know that I'm weary of it, just that it's nice to have a moment where everything really feels like it's going to be 100% okay, you know? Like we're going to pull through this and everything's going to be totally fine.
Oh. You should take a seat.
Okay. Brian walks over and sits down. Not a qualm in the world.
Here, I found this tea that I really liked. I like still. On my travels, I think you'd like it. It's too good of an opportunity to pass up. And she walks over and grabs another one of these mugs and pours it. And then comes over and sets it in front of you after fidgeting with some vials in her satchel.
Brian trades the cups of tea So she takes the new one and puts down the old one. And she again like kind of breathes it in and takes in the scents and the steam of it, and then she looks at
It smells like mint and black licorice.
Mint and black licorice, and she wrinkles her nose and looks at Ysir and says, "This one doesn't smell so nice."
I promise.
Okay. And she takes a sip.
A Constitution saving throw.
A 10.
Yep. Brian, you immediately just take one sip of this, turn to the side, and just hurl this viscous black liquid that you would never ingested. And you watch this viscous black liquid on the floor turn into a gold shimmer and then just sink into the ground. And you feel snapped back to yourself.
I think I splutter a little bit just from like the discomfort of that, and then I like spit again to be sure that I have like all of the nastiness out of my mouth. And then I look at Ysir and I go, "What the hell was that?"
I don't know. You feel like fighting about it?
Yeah, I do.
It's good to have you back.
And then Brian kind of like shakes herself and looks around and says, "I should be more careful than that. I know better."
The food's not safe.
Makes sense for influx country.
I have a limited knowledge of foraging in the wilds. It should be enough to get us a few days. I don't have rations.
I don't have much. Anything I do is more likely to be eaten by cat than it is to be eaten by somebody else.
Cat?
Oh, yeah, my cat. They're still on the Copper Vale, hopefully.
Oh. You have a cat?
Well, not so much as I have a cat, as a cat followed me one day.
Aren't
and
you
then just kinda
allergic? I asked for
kept
years.
following me. Yeah, but this one doesn't sleep next to me, so it's mostly fine. The closest we ever get is when cat gets into my bag, and it's not that bad. You wanted a pet. I have a recon pal.
Oh, an associate.
Yes,
Got
sort
it.
of.
And so she just takes a moment. She kind of nods to the book that you're sitting in front of and says, "Looks like that's the ingredient list." Just a scan of it. I don't see anything that would indicate to me any particular thing that Ampara is up to. And he's a god, and so he wouldn't lead us to an answer. He would lead us to a falsehood that would make us look like fools. And so I see very little point in endeavoring to ascertain his true intent.
What all do you know about Ampara?
The god?
Yeah, I know. Son, apparently very pretentious. That's about it.
Pretentious. That's an interesting word for it.
Ostentatious, performative. Which one would you like?
I don't know. Ampara's always interested me. Something about the fact of just being the god of betrayal and abundance. When I was a kid and I would lie to sneak out or steal an extra serving of dinner. I don't know. I always just felt an odd respect for the one being alive who was willing to own it.
I guess that makes sense for you. Although I suppose
Oh, for
it's
me.
a little sad to think you've been that jaded for that long. I don't remember you being quite that blasé about it.
Is it blasé or is it poetry? a young girl who is stuck in a flower shop with just ideals of romanticism and nowhere to put them comes up with?
Maybe both. So what's in this ingredients list? And Brian's gonna stand up and look at the list in the book. Should I roll like a nature check to see if she recognizes any of these? Or
Sure.
Okay.
And as you're like looking at the ingredients list, Ystira goes, "You know everything that he's the god of, right?"
You just said betrayal and abundance. What am I missing?
Flux.
That makes a lot of sense.
Lust.
The temple.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So the ingredients list.
I rolled
You
a
look over at
16.
Brian. You see that there is a fair bit of a thing. There's a fair amount that you know, but you don't have a lot of experience with like wilds. You've stuck mostly to civilization, and studying has not been a large focus of yours. So I'm going to say that you recognize a few of these, and I will get you a list of them. But the rest of them seem like gibberish to you.
I only recognize a few of these, and I honestly couldn't tell you what the rest of them even say, let alone what they do. But apparently we can find them all here, so I'm sure that'll be a completely normal, totally fine clipping mission that won't get us into trouble at all.
Well, hopefully we can use our experience as two dumbfounded fools to wander aimlessly as much as we can in the next few days.
Yeah, just aimless wandering. Taken in the skies.
Floor plan.
The creatures. Traps. There's a basement, did you notice?
Yeah. The real question is whether or not Anpara has magically sealed all of the guests off from each other. I wonder if we can try hard enough to find Nakia.
You think she's here too?
Did you not see her?
At this point, I think Brian's gonna peel up her eye patch and try to use her Eye of the Planeswalker to see what Ystir is talking about.
No. Sorry. She's saying like she's asking if Nakia. Sorry. What are you trying to see? Clarify for me.
What you just described to me makes me think that Ystir can see Nakia when Brian cannot, which implies that there's some kind of magic.
She's saying she saw Nakia earlier. They are now separated, and she's wondering if she is going to be able to reunite with her, or if Anpara has some sort of magical barriers in place that are going to lead people astray from each other the whole time.
Right, and Brian was asking, you think Nakia is here, like here in this house?
No.
Totally fine. Yeah, so I think she just says, she just repeats it, or I'm gonna go back and repeat what I said. You think she's here?
Here? No. Somewhere in the maze that I am sure this palace is, absolutely. Clove is also here as well.
Clove, who wants to kill you and nearly implicated me in that death.
Yes.
Interesting story, I'm sure.
I thought I had killed her.
That's never happened to me. Well, with the exception of Emeloth, who Ula so conveniently decided to bring back from the dead.
Well, I'm thrilled we both have our ones who got away.
I'm sure that'll be fine too, huh?
We're gonna have to play by his rules.
And what rules are those exactly?
I can detail them for you. It's an exhaustive list. Most of them are going to be about peacekeeping and how you interact with other guests. We can study, but making sure that we're prepared for that kind of thing. You can't go rogue, Brian. This is not the place to do that. You have to promise me that you are going to let me take the lead on this, because this is all words. Because the second that Ampara thinks that violence is on the table, we lose.
Interesting to hear you use the word guests and not prisoners. I'll take your lead, Ystira. You don't have to worry about me. Survived this long.
Yeah. A surprise within itself. Let's do a patrol.
Brian just kind of snorts at that, I think.
All right. So, I'm gonna have to, so Ystira's gonna want to go out and patrol and get a lay for the land. Are you gonna get to do that with her? Perfect. Okay. We will resolve that. But for now, I am going to entreat us to a nice little walk, shall we? Kaylin, this is your first big just trapeze into the wilds, if you will. You have been, it's a weird one. A walk with Neov and Mel and Corvin. It is not the group that I think anyone would pick. But yet you are all here and on it all the same. I invite you to the Forest Spirit Well map. Do you want to go ahead and roll a survival check for me so we know how well you've been heading through this situation?
You said survival?
Yes, please. I believe in your loading.
Okay. $24.
24. Man, you managed to convince everyone not to look at mushrooms. That was a pretty smart call. You professionally evaded the mirror trapping mushrooms that you first encountered about, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes back. You swear Mel almost looked right into one of those, and she would have been trapped in that mushroom for a century. So you nailed that. The walk has been pretty calm regardless, pretty calm in spite of that. The first moment of interest that you have found in just roaming through these rainforest-like wildflower overgrowth that is the wilds. You have stumbled upon the first hint of structure that you think might be from the old world. This dilapidated fountain is sitting in this clearing that you've come across. And it's reflecting the moonlight as the sun has finally began to set today. Which you are starting to get nervous about, because the day in the wilds and the night in the wilds, those are two different things. But you still have a bit of time before twilight takes you. But the stars are still present in the reflection of this pond. What are you feeling as you walk into this clearing?
I think Kaylin is feeling a lot of mixed emotions. I think he's kind of oddly almost inspired by the beauty that is the fountain with the stars and everything. But also just thinking about how long they've been on the walk and the things that have gone on during that time. Certainly happy to have been able to save Mel from the mirror mushrooms. But also wondering, kind of like as he looks at his reflection in the fountain, thinking about what, like, how long they're still going to be out there, knowing that it's soon going to be nightfall, and wondering what else they're going to find before they get back.
Kaylin, you look into the fountain, into the reflection of yourself, and see the most beautiful version of you that you have ever imagined. A dream, almost. The wilds look so good on you. Make a wisdom saving throw.
What? Why can I not find it here?
Wisdom saving throw?
Yeah. Oh, I just because I just have to click on wisdom. Okay, sorry.
There you go.
There we go. I imagine knowing what you're doing. Hello.
Hello?
No, didn't want to work. Okay. All right. It's
A 2?
Is that okay?
An 8?
And I have. I don't know. I've been. So I've clicked it now twice. The first one I got a 24. The second one I got an 8. So
Okay, well then roll a third one, and then that one will be real.
Okay, great. Hopefully. Yeah, because it's telling me my dice, when I go to click on my wisdom throw, it tells me my dice pool is empty, but then...
Here, I'll retoggle it for you. A 15 plus a 6, 21, you're fucking welcome. Oh my god. Yeah, so you're looking at this beautiful reflection of yourself as you hear Corvin behind you go, "What is it?" And you realize that there is a harrowing beauty to this person staring back at you. And then he grins, and you see just the sharpest teeth. And you have this immediate sense of like, oh, fuck. Oh, God, I almost just felt like it just hits you immediately that this thing is about to reach out and grab you if you don't back the fuck off.
Yeah, I'm gonna piece the fuck out.
Yeah, you back up real quick, and you hear from just like far out from the clearing, "What are you doing? Is it your first day?" You hear the shouting of someone as this red tiefling comes storming into the clearing and goes, "It is the first rule of the wilds that you do not look at your own reflection in bodies of water. Is this your first day?"
Well, now that you say it, yes.
Okay, then don't look at open bodies of water.
Great. Thank you. I won't do it again.
Fine. Okay. Bye.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
I asked you first.
This is my thinking pond. I just don't look at myself in the reflection.
Your thinking pond.
You can roll an insight check on that if you'd like.
I would like.
She's lying.
Okay. What are you really doing here?
I've been told to keep an eye on you. Is that so bad?
A little bit. Who's told you to keep an eye on me?
The concerned villagers of Cairn Coast.
The concerned villagers of all of them as a collective.
Yes, it was a town
I see.
vote. We
Oh, I
spoke for
did not.
40 minutes about how
Oh.
worried we were about you.
Well, isn't that nice? Are you sure it was the whole town and not just anyone
Oh.
in specific?
Yeah.
Okay.
We stood under the mushroom, held hands. It was great.
You know, I've heard a lot of things happen under that mushroom. Anyway, okay.
You're done? You're done falling into ponds?
So, here's a question. So, but why though? Why are they concerned about me?
Mel leans forward and goes, "Do I need to handle this?"
No, I think she's okay. I think she's just angsty.
She kind of takes a second and goes, "Reminds me of Karina in a weird way." And from across the clearing, he goes, "Did you just say that I remind..." All right, are we done here?
I don't know. You're the one who followed me.
Okay, well, I'm done doing it. Are we good?
I don't know. What happens if something else happens? You gonna save me from that too?
At that point, you hear a voice go, "Yes, what if something happens?" And you hear that Neov's voice has gone from being directly behind you to having an arm around Nakia and begins kind of pulling her closer to the group. And it goes, and Neov goes, "Seems we need your daring expertise. I mean, our fearless leader almost died out here." Melvs goes, "He's not our leader."
Neov, do you know Nakia?
No, but I know a new friend when I see one.
And you think that she would be helpful on our expedition?
Well, have you seen her belt? How many cards do you even have?
I
He
did.
goes, "A few." He goes, "I think that's more than a few. How many?" She goes, "Like 10 or something. Don't be weird."
And you know, I know I asked you this before, but I'm still curious. What exactly do you plan to do with all those cards?
I'm gonna get all the cards, and then I'm going to create my own future for Acramon. Thank you for asking.
And what does your future for Acramon look like?
From my initial thoughts, just my brainstorming, a lot of wine, less people with green hair.
Ah, I see. And anything else? I mean, how would you imagine the people of Acramon get along? Are there rulers?
I'm
Are there
pro-bullying.
gods? You know? Oh, you're pro. Do you know what? That checks out. That checks out. Okay, great. Well, I mean, I guess if you're going to be following me because, you know, the village wants to protect me, then you might make a good ally.
I have to report back on your movements either way.
Report to whom?
The concerned villagers of Cairn Coast. They
All
must
the
know you
villagers.
are all right.
I see. And no villager in particular, or perhaps overseer of the village.
Are you done being boring?
So you're gonna follow us then until we get back to the ships.
Yeah.
Okay, great. What else should we look out for?
Well, I would start by not looking at your reflection, not eating any food. And she just starts like trailing off on this actual list of suggestions. Can I go ahead and get a perception check from you?
$18.
18. Gotcha. So, she starts talking and it almost gets a little like for you as a second, as you hear as you feel this like whoosh of mental clarity of just everything goes silent in your brain for a single moment. And you hear a voice as clear as day. Current, will you please relay your message again?
Yes, indeed. My message was, they lied to us and live with us. Get out and find me in the core. Kurthus Falls. Please be alive.
And you hear this as clear as day in your head, Kaylin. And you know, by nature of this spell, that you will have very few moments to give 25 words of response, and that will be the full correspondence.
I say, I'm alive. Yvonne Traitor. Void Ghouls and Kurthus. Left Zara behind. With Corvin, Alan, Julian, Yvonne's son. Stay safe. We'll look for Core.
And Current, you are standing in the throne room when this response comes through, standing across a cavern from Roslyn, in the middle of what might be a bloodbath when it comes ringing in as clear as day, Kaylin's response.
I think out loud, Current just says, there's void ghouls in Kurthus.
Bless you. What did you just say?
The void ghouls, they're in the castle.
Like the null? Like...
And then I also just say,
Are you reciting a poem or something?
Discord. Fucking Discord. And then I kind of snap to, and no, you don't understand. One of our hierophants is a god. Is Discord this whole time. And now there's void ghouls in Kurthus. And the castle will fall.
Oh. Okay.
Rosalind, you're not the only person that's lived under rule their entire existence. Everybody thinks that Kurthus is this amazing floating kingdom in the sky.
It's not. It's a prison for mortals.
It's a prison for everybody that isn't in charge. And I know you don't want to be ruled over. But if you take this crown, if I take this crown, how are we any different than the people that ruled us?
and shatter it with me, Current. You can't seek to climb to the top of the wheel, you have to break it.
We do this together. No one ruling over the other, no having power over people's lives. We do this with everyone together, the entire core. Or we will end up like Kurthis.
I agree.
Rosalind, do you trust me?
She looks over you for a moment. Sticks out her hand.
I'm going to stick my hand out and I'm going to ask for Rosalind to hand me the crown.
She gently plucks it off. Roll a persuasion check for me.
Okay. Question, does this persuasion investigate? Nope, never mind. I said nothing.
A 14. Hold on.
Can I use my Fortnite inspiration?
You do have Fortnite inspiration.
Yeah, I'm gonna use it.
I have a 21. So I hope Fortnite left you inspired.
Let's hope. I'm just gonna roll again.
Yep.
Roll, please.
I can do it again for you. Here you go.
Thank you.
What? Well, she gently takes it, the other hand still grabbing yours. And it looks like she's about to come and hand it to you. And in the last moment, she lets go. And the crown tumbles into the crevice and into the core, never to be seen again.
I'm still holding on to Rosalind's hand and I'm gonna look at Rosalind. I'm gonna smile. I'm gonna say thank you.
You're welcome.
Just for what it's worth, Rosalind, I was gonna toss that piece of shit into the hole too.
I guess we'll have to build our trust gradually then.
This is good for now.
They're waiting on your ship. Their names are Merrick, Luceau, and Karina.
Did they by any chance say why they were willing to pay so much?
They said it was time you went home. No, sorry, a cat. The cat started attacking the tassel and that was on my leg. I got so scared. I'm back.
Rosalind, if I leave for now, what will you do? You have such a small number of Legion members here, and there's pretty much a war about to break out outside. I can say whatever you want to Zephyr. I don't want to leave you with a mess.
I don't think anything you can say to Zephyr would be good enough. I have it on pretty good authority that she was fully intending to murder you the first chance that she got.
Yeah, I kind of got that vibe.
She gives it.
Yeah.
I've got things here. I've got more friends.
Do you by any chance know of somewhere I could wrestle up a Simpax here?
Oh, no, we don't use those. I think,
So,
I think like the unconscious guy had one though. We found him in the hallway. It's real weird.
conscious guy?
Yeah.
Waldeck?
Yeah.
Wait, isn't that your...
Yeah.
He's not just some unconscious guy.
That's why I had him moved to a bed. Can we be happy with that?
I mean, baby steps, that's right. We're building baby steps. Yes, yes. Do you think he'd mind?
You do have to take him. I don't want him here.
I wasn't gonna leave him here.
Okay.
I'll take him and the Simpax. But you're really gonna be okay? I mean, I don't want you to say that and then I leave and then I come back to Rosalind's not okay.
Yeah. I've got it. Barring anything wild happening.
Also, for what it's worth, I hope you rip the core wide open because nobody deserves a right to keep anybody locked away.
I appreciate that. Do you need a new ship? Are you gonna go get yours?
No, I think I'll try to get mine, but it wouldn't help. It wouldn't hurt to have one on standby, you know?
You also have the invitation current that could get you all the way to the Sacred Grove.
Okay. I do have this nifty little, I guess this thing will just transport me to where and Para wants, but I am gonna go to the ship first. And don't give me that look. I am not thrilled either, but I can't kill a god unless I'm close to the god. So, and
I think you might be too interesting, current.
yeah, you know, it's not for lack of not trying to be boring. I would love a boring existence at this point. It would be kind of nice. But you know, that wasn't in the cards, and now we're here and we're managing. And Monarch happens to show up.
I'll tell them to go find you. They're not welcome here anymore.
I really did go in alone and come out alone.
I believe you.
I'll send first word as soon as I can. And I will be back.
Yeah. She reaches up and she cracks off the skull that's on her shoulder. She hands it to you. Just talk to him. I'll be able to hear you.
Does he have a name?
Yes. Burnswick.
Burnswick. Nice to meet you, Burnswick. I think I'm gonna take some rope out of my bag and kind of twine it up so he's not sitting inside the bag. He's like sitting right on the outside of the bag.
Right.
Kinda
Yeah.
God of War style. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. This is your home. And it's mine too, but you know it better than I do. So,
Listen, when you're done being interesting, this home will be waiting for you.
I promise I'll be back.
Yeah, I think I'd prefer it if you didn't die. Don't let my brother die either, huh?
I'll take good care of y'all, Dick. And for what it's worth, I mean, you might want to get to know him. He's not
Okay,
half bad.
bye.
Okay, bye.
And so where are you going, Kurt?
I would well, let's see if the invitation is one person, right? No plus one.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see if I can find Opheles and go to the ship.
Okay, sounds good. You begin roaming the halls for signs of Opheles. Kaylin, you send this message off. And, of course, you get no response. That doesn't stop it from feeling empty. Do you think that Kaylin is showing that outwardly that anything had taken place?
No.
Okay. Then roll a deception check for me. A natural one. I was
I'm
waiting
gonna
all
use,
this time.
except I'm gonna use another one of my inspiration.
I also got a 1! Why? It's not even worth it. Go ahead, take your successes. All right. So yeah, you outwardly seem totally fine, and you kind of like zone back in, and they're in the middle of a conversation, and I was like, could I just see like one of them? He goes, no. What the hell? Absolutely not. You don't just take them out to show them off. Goes, why not? And he goes, because they're powerful. Goes, but not that powerful. And Nikki goes, no, extremely powerful. What the fuck are you talking about? That's the conversation you're coming. They're bickering.
And so I would just kind of interrupt them and say, okay, look, listen, we can sit here and argue all day about whether they're powerful or they're not powerful, but I want to continue on this walk so that we can get back to the ship before it's too dark.
Corvin immediately goes, yes, before it gets dark, we are going back. And not because we're scared, but because we're practical. All right, let us all gather together and walk back toward civilization. Starts kind of trying to like usher everyone that way. And he starts walking towards the path, which he believes that you had all came from, but it is in a completely different direction. And Nakia sees this and kind of like steps out and goes, that's not even the way back. And she takes 2 steps forward. And then something happens. Suddenly, there is a golden plate of light that shines beneath the 2 of them. And just like Corvin had been so worried about, you watch him and Nakia fall right through at the same time. You hear Mel just like gasp and like stumble forward. Are you gonna try and stop her from reaching for, like, trying to get in there, or are you doing the same?
Yeah,
What does that
I'm
look
gonna-
like?
I'm going to. I think his initial reaction is to like kind of start to like lurch forward to
Right.
get them, but then he's like kind of remembering like I'm in the wild, I don't know where I am, I clearly just almost looked into a fountain that I wasn't supposed to, so I probably shouldn't go jumping in after them. So I'll kind of like start to go forward, but then like, and I'll also put my hand out to stop Mel from going forward.
Yeah, you kind of have that moment where you catch Niav is just standing eerily still. And there's just this long moment after it all goes back to normal. And it was like they were never there, beyond the fact that 4 tiny little fireflies seem to be doing their best to hold an envelope afloat. And hold on, did you receive mail earlier today? Go ahead and open that on up and read it out loud for the class.
With a before I break it, with a very fancy seal, by the way.
Oh, yes. You see a portal of a sign that says "Welcome to Anpara's Palace." It seems like it's alive. Exactly.
Yeah. Prince Kalen Asarov. What a shock fire. I finally get the rare chance to intrude myself to the revolutionary leader of the last mortal nation. Perhaps you have always known that you are a power destined to shape the future of our world. Mortals rarely receive such honor, especially during a time where everything you ever thought is about to change. Your family has set you up to drastically fail your home. Sink it. Together, we say no. Join me and discuss the future of Kurthus while rescuing someone very dear to you. 2 for the price of 1. Don't panic. Corvin will survive if you attend my private soiree. And remember, you think about skipping out on my gala. Remember, we're closer than you think. Anpara.
And that is where we will end tonight's session. I'm so excited to be back into it. We're going to be back here at this time not this time. We're not going this late next week. We'll be back here this time next week. I'm so proud of everybody. I'm so excited to see you next time. I'm so excited to see what happens when our players finally reunite. But Winona, Gideon, you have to survive first. I hope you're ready for a real special one next week.
We're gonna survive. We'll survive. Don't challenge. We'll survive.
Yeah. All right. Well then, if you're so God-slaying, sure. I'll see you then. Good night.